Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it, depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
The giant raven flapped its wings suddenly, without a strong downward gust of air. It carried Naraku like a huge, silent ghost, plunging vertically down from the clouds, tracing an arc-shaped trajectory like a predatory eagle speeding over the village. Naraku took in the approximate area of the village below, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. The night sky is a deep blue, and the giant raven is entirely black, its feathers absorbing almost all light in the night sky. However, the wind noise it inevitably generated during high-speed movement still left a trace. In the village, a young swordsmith who was about to finish work and return to his house glanced up at the starry sky. Suddenly, darkness in my field of vision, briefly obscuring a few stars. He rubbed his eyes and pointed to the sky in confusion. Hey. Look, didn't you see a big bird fly by in the sky? What a huge shadow. His voice caught the attention of his companions nearby. They all looked up, squinting as they searched the night sky. Where was he seeing things? Wait. There really is something, and it's moving so fast. How big must it be? Something's not right. The wind's sounding a bit slow. As these people discussed and looked up, their conversation attracted the attention of some swordsmiths and patrollers. Within seconds, the air began to plummet at an almost vertical angle toward the relatively This time, there's no need for instantly drowning out all other discussions. It wasn't some large bird, but an incredibly enormous black monster, and the figure standing tall against the wind on the bird's back, long hair and robes fluttering in the wind. Enemy attack. The piercing alarm finally. Just before the crow was about to crash into the ground, the enormous crow's body instantly transformed into countless black swirls, all the demonic power that constituted it being instantly reclaimed. Naraku himself, with the incredible speed from his dive, continued his freefall like a meteorite, crashing straight to the ground. Boom! A deep, muffled sound like a thunderclap striking the heart of the earth suddenly erupted. The land within a radius of several meters around the point of impact caved in and cracked. A violent shockwave, a mixture of mud, gravel, and grass clippings, suddenly spread out in a ring, blasting away and knocking down several nearby swordsmiths and team members who were caught off guard. Smoke and dust filled the air and flew everywhere. The entire village seemed to tremble, and the doors and windows of all the houses there came even more chaotic screams. Direct impact recovered from their shock and tried to find weapons and organize resistance. Those who were knocked to the ground struggled to get up. However, at this opportune moment, before the dust had settled, people were filled with anxiety, and attention was most easily distracted. Naraku slowly raised his head. The ring of golden red flames in his dark red pupils suddenly blazed. A peaceful and intangible yet incredibly vast spiritual wave, centered on him, swept through the entire village in an instant like an ultra-high-frequency tidal wave. Whispers of dreams, the tide of decline. This is Naraku's new application of this ability, originating from Nightmare after his mental strength broke through to S rank, and his proficiency crossed the threshold of mastery. It is no longer a comprehensive, forced mental overwhelm and sensory deprivation. In the village, everyone was enveloped by this spiritual fluctuation. Whether it was the swordsmith who had just gotten up, the team member who was drawing his sword, or even the elderly man hiding outside the house, everyone stopped moving at once. Their eyes instantly became unfocused and lost their bearings. The anger, fear, and confusion on their faces were erased as if by an eraser. Afterwards, my eyelids closed heavily and uncontrollably, and my body felt as if all my strength had been drained. I collapsed softly to the ground, either sliding against the wall or lying face down on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the village, which had just been filled with chaos and alarms, became deathly silent. Only the sound of the night wind blowing through the corner of the house, and the sporadic cries of frightened birds and beasts in the distant mountains and forests. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, Naraku's tall figure was revealed, along with dozens of people lying haphazardly around him fast asleep. Slightly, seemingly somewhat surprised by the effect of his attack. So, they're all lying down now. Of his mental energy, it was negligible. The Dream Whispers enhanced with S-level mental power are practically a dimensional reduction attack against these beings. Plans never go as expected, it ended before it even started. Oh well, might as well go to sleep, saves me the trouble of doing anything. Naraku curled his lip and withdrew the half-formed phantom of the blood scythe from his palm. He had originally planned to take advantage of their sluggish movements after being hypnotized to have a mowing down session. Since everyone's asleep, let's try a different approach to gather intelligence. Killing is unnecessary, especially when the other party valuable information. With a slight thought, Naraku subtly infused his immense spiritual power into the depths of the consciousness of these slumbering beings. He did not force a uniform treatment to everyone. He carefully guided and wove it so that each person's dream would be automatically generated based on their most familiar and profound memory fragments and daily cognition. In the dream of the blacksmith A, he was polishing his beloved hammer, complaining about how sudden the earthquake had been. In the dream of the team member B, he was vigilantly patrolling, in the dream of the old craftsman C, he sat on the doorstep, gazing at the stars, his thoughts drifting far away. What Naraku did was intertwine these independent little dreams based on personal memories using his spiritual power. This creates a relatively coherent collective fantasy world, where characters in the dream can interact with each other. In this world, they talk, they cooperate, they conflict. Everything seems different from the peaceful village the night before the earthquake. Anything unusual, because everything is clear and emanates from the truth in their own minds. Naraku, on the other hand, watched with great interest this immersive rural drama he had directed, like an invisible bystander. At the same time, he listened carefully and analyzed every word of conversation, every expression, and even every subconscious emotional fluctuation of the people in the illusion. He wandered around the village and casually wove a simple but comfortable recliner with the ribbons of the blood satin scythe. He lay down comfortably, crossing his fan blade, gently swaying beside him to bring now that's how a mission should be carried out. Fighting and killing, this method of behind-the-scenes manipulation and intelligence gathering seems more in line with his current style. Naraku's mind stirred again, and dozens of small crows silently flew out from his sleeve, like the most professional search team in search of this sleeping village. They burrowed into the windows, examining every items, documents, or clues. Naraku half closed his eyes, observing the village in reality through the crow's perspective, while simultaneously diverting a portion of his attention to monitor the lives of those who were asleep in their dreams. At first, everything seemed normal. In the dream, the swordsmiths are repairing their workshops damaged by the earthquake and preparing forging materials for tomorrow. The soldiers are increasing their patrols and discussing the strange bird they just encountered. But soon, Naraku noticed something amiss. People's conversations, though that should be present in a core location. When mentioning potential enemies or dangers, it's more like talking about something distant and vague, even carrying a strange sense of relaxation. Several elderly swordsmiths exuded an almost melancholic serenity in the illusion. The knives they forged were observed by Naraku through the perspective of a crow in a real-world workshop. Its craftsmanship process and the feel of the final product seem quite different from the legendary Nicaran blade, which is said to contain the power of the sun and requires special skills and materials to create, more like a regular fighting spirit and awareness among connecting these details with previously discovered information, a conclusion that somewhat disappointed Naraku gradually became clear. Judging from this isn't the core of the sword-forging village at all. It's more likely just a bait laid out in the open, or rather, a scapegoat. Are these people here to protect the secret of the real sword-forging village, or are they playing the part of a sword-forging village to attract attention? It was just an empty shell. Naraku's hopes for a speedrun were dashed. lay back in his chair and felt a little bored. After all that effort, I ended up in a fake tutorial dungeon. Just then, a little crow responsible for searching the warehouse flapped its wings and flew back. It carried several pieces of mineral, shimmering with a strange metallic luster and of extraordinary quality in its small beak and placed it. He sat up, took the ore, and examined it. The ore feels slightly heavy in the hand. There seems to be a flow of tiny rays of light inside. Even if you don't know anything about forging, you can feel the unique energy and Is this the rare material used to forge Nicaran blades? Naraku hadn't really studied it in detail before. In his mind, every member of the Demon Slayer Corps carried a Nicaran blade, and he thought that although the material was special, it shouldn't be too scarce. He played with these beautiful stones. Indeed possessed an extraordinary before they found, thinking he might need it later, or maybe make some ornaments for Daki, when a new discovery was dream monitoring. In his dream world, time flows faster than in reality. The night in the dream quickly passed, and daylight arrived. In the dream, the source of materials warehouse carefully packed and organized all inspection. The quantity was not large, probably only filling a medium-sized sturdy wooden box. Then in the dream, a person appeared with a blurred face, a restrained clothing. The warehouse manager respectfully handed the wooden crate to the man. The two seemed to exchange a few words, but the voices were muffled in the dream, and Naraku only caught fragments of information such as the adult's urgent. Then the person in dark clothing carrying the wooden box quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. Naraku narrowed his eyes. Looking at the samples in his hand, and crows, he suddenly realized that he might have underestimated the value of these stones. If this thing is truly that rare and crucial to the Demon Slayer Corps. A plan quickly took shape in Naraku's mind. He did not act immediately, but continued to observe the dream. He wanted to know where the person who took the ore had gone, and whether he never mentioned or recalled any further information about that person, as if it were just an ordinary. It seems that the whereabouts of the real village cannot be obtained from the fake village residents at this level. They are merely executors, discarded pawns whose communication has been After thinking about it, he decided to give it a try. He closed his eyes and focused more of his In the dream, the sun was shining brightly, and the warehouse manager was organizing other tools. Just then, a little boy he knew, a boy with a lot of curiosity from the village, ran over, tilted his head up, and asked in a childish voice, Uncle, I noticed yesterday that those pretty glowing In the dream, the caretaker looked down at the child, a habitual and replied without any suspicion, yes, they've been given to the adults who truly need them, those who can use them to forge the finest knives. Where are those adults? Are they far away? The little boy continued to ask innocently. The administrator's smile faded slightly. He patted the child's head, his tone becoming a little stern. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, that's the rule. He sighed, gazing at the dense forest beyond the village, and added softly, a hint of confusion in his voice that even he himself might not have realized. Actually, I don't know exactly where it is, but we just need to do our own thing. Outside the dream, Naraku opened his eyes, a knowing glint in them. Just as expected, they were the exact location of the next link. The actual handover might involve multiple transfers or special communication and transportation methods known only to specific personnel. Moreover, it would most likely take place during the day to minimize the chances of being tracked by the ghost. This explains why the ghost has always had a hard time finding the real village. The crucial flow of supplies and information all occurs during the daytime when the ghost's activities are restricted. However, now that we know this, and the crucial detail of who received the materials, the blood-stained scythe vanished as specks of light, and the recliner itself returned to his body as flowing blood. Staying here offers no further value and might even alert the enemy. Several small crows flew to the large crater created by his initial They use their beaks and claws to carry away the surrounding rubble and loose soil, quickly and carefully filling the crater roughly. While it's impossible to completely restore it to its original state, it's at least less noticeable, appearing more like a natural collapse or old mark. They then carefully return the strange minerals as few traces as possible. Before leaving, he cast a final, powerful mental plea over the entire village below, which had fallen into slumber. Make sure that when they wake up, they will only feel that they have just experienced a strange lapse in concentration or a minor loss of focus. They will not realize that they have been invaded by a ghost or subjected to mind control. The giant raven coalesced once more. Took one last look at the sleeping village below and the buried impact marks, and urged the crow to silently take off and disappear into the fading night. Next, all we have to do is patiently wait for daytime. He leaned against the shade of a tree trunk, his dark red pupils gazing at the gradually brightening sky. I'd like to see where these precious stones will end up. The real sword-forging village, I believe, will meet soon. At this moment, sunlight streamed through the curtains of the gallery windows, casting dim patches of light on the floor of the Daki's room. A faint, cool scent of dawn mingled with the She sat in front of her dressing table, unconscious of a white jade hairpin inlaid with a minku in her hand. She frequently drifted to the special little raven that was quietly on her shoulder, resting on his Naraku has been gone for some time now, from late at night until dawn. Although she knew he was powerful, Daki Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer. He scooped the little crow from his shoulder into his palm, brought it close to his face, and looked into its dark red eyes, which resembled his own, and asked in a soft but somewhat urgent voice, "Hey, how's it going over there? Where are you? Why aren't you back yet?" Her tone was more worried than questioning. Small, as if that would urge Naraku in the distance. Almost simultaneously, deep in the dense forest, Naraku, sitting under a tree trunk in the shade, clearly sensed the subtle mental fluctuations emanating from his palm. And with it came the anxieties that belonged to Daki. Immediately afterwards, he saw the blurry image transmitted through the little crow's visual sharing. A magnified view of Daki's exquisitely beautiful fingers that were ravaging the crow's head. This girl. Naraku's lips unconsciously curved into a barely perceptible smile, a warmth rising in his heart, but also a touch of helplessness. With a slight thought, he projected his influence and a part of his expression onto the crow through the spiritual imprint he had left inside its body. That had been resting with its eyes closed. This time, the look in its eyes was no longer the previous liveliness or docility, but rather carried a clear trace of human emotion. It was a complex look in his eyes, a mixture of gentleness, helplessness, and a hint of reassurance, just like Naraku himself. Even the slight inexplicably exuded a Naraku-like feel. Immediately afterward, the crow's beak opened and closed. His voice, though slightly hollow and echoing, was clear and steady, yet carried a patient explanation. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I've confirmed the location we found earlier, but it's just a puppet village used to cover up the real sword-forging village." Hearing Naraku's voice and confirming that he was safe and sound, Daki felt a weight lift from her heart. The fingers that had been gripping the crow's head loosened their grip, turning. Upon hearing the words "fake village," she frowned again. "Fake village, where are you now? It's already dawn, don't let the sunlight shine on you." Her voice unconsciously rose a little, her worry intensifying. The helplessness in the crow's eyes became even more intense, and it even mimicked a subtle sigh. "I'm not that stupid." Naraku's voice came through the crow's, tinged with a faint smile. "I've found a secluded spot to lie in. The sunlight can't penetrate." Later, hearing the calmness and preparedness in his tone, Daki finally felt completely relieved. As her worries subsided, Daki's little bit of arrogance and pride resurfaced. "HMPH, who knows if you'll do something stupid?" She muttered under her breath, but a slight smile played on her lips. The finding clue so quickly, even distinguishing between real and fake. "You're really impressive. Of course, it's also thanks to the intelligence I gathered, right? Otherwise, how could you have pinpointed the location so fast?" Her words carried a self-satisfaction. satisfaction, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the crow in her palm. The hairpin in Daki's hair trembled slightly, and a wisp of grayish-green smoke escaped, coalescing to Jutaro. Jutaro had obviously overheard the conversation. A flicker of surprise crossed his ugly, scarred face, his dark red pupils also revealing his face. He hadn't expected Naraku to be so efficient, actually managing to reach the edge of the swordsmith village in such a short time, even if it was a fake one. He stepped forward, his gaze falling on the little crow in Daki's palm whose eyes had Naraku-like appearance. Although he already knew it was a creation of the blood demon art, seeing how realistically it conveyed Naraku's expression and tone, a strange look still flashed in his eyes. The precision and control of this are truly extraordinary. After a moment of silence, Jutaro spoke in his hoarse, unpleasant voice, his tone as somber as ever, a fake village. It seems the Demon Slayer Corps is more cautious anytime if you need support. He paused, then added, his tone carrying a hint of seasoned experience. Although those pillars aren't much if there are many of them, coordinating them can be quite troublesome. Don't be careless. This statement serves as both a reminder and a tacit endorsement, and a promise to provide support. With a more serious expression. It turned towards Jutaro, and Naraku's voice again, this time with a hint of solemnity. I understand. We don't need support at the moment. I will proceed with caution. This thank you is both an acceptance of Jutaro's reminder and a response to his offer of support. Although there was always a slightly awkward atmosphere between the two because of Daki, Naraku felt a warmth in his heart, concern and support of his future. Represented Naraku, and her smile was brighter. She liked seeing them communicate so peacefully, even if it was through a crow. This made her feel that the two people she cared about were not entirely in a state of opposition or awkwardness. All right, we know you're all very capable. She gently rubbed the little crow against her cheek again, then said to it, then you continue to lie low, be careful, and keep in touch. My brother and I are waiting for your news. Reliance. The raven's Naraku-like gaze softened, and it nodded gently. Then, the gleam in its eyes gradually faded. Seeing this, Jutaro said more and his again and returned to the hairpin. Daki placed the little crow on her shoulder, her mood lighter and happy. She walked to the window, pushed it open a crack, and peered out, avoiding the sunlight, at the sky that was gradually brightening but still unable to completely dispel the morning mist. The fake village. How cunning, but now that he has found a clue with his abilities, he'll surely be able to find the real sword fighter. White jade pendant in her hair, and a raven on her shoulder, her heart filled with confidence and anticipation. Deep in the dense forest, Naraku leaned against a damp tree trunk, slowly opened his eyes, and ended his video call with Daki. A faint, lingering smile remained at the corner of his mouth. The morning light was filtered through the dense canopy of trees, leaving only dappled spots of light falling on the moss around him. He adjusted his posture, completely concealing himself in the deepest shadows, his sharp gaze piercing the leaves, looking towards the direction see how you act. With a slight thought, several elite crows, specially enhanced with feathers closer to the grayish-brown of the forest, and implanted with complex stealth and tracking programs, like arrows, heading towards the designated surveillance position. The morning sunlight pierced through the thin mist, gilding the village with a golden edge. The air was filled with the scent of earth, vegetation, and the lingering dust from last night's earthquake. Iwazo, the old swordsmith in charge of guarding and organizing the village's special warehouse, rubbed his back, which was still a little sore from last night's earthquake. This is really weird. Iwazo was an old craftsman in his 50s, his face etched with the marks of time and the smoke of the furnace. His skills were among the best in the village, but he could only forge ordinary swords of good quality. He walked into the dimly lit warehouse, his gaze sweeping over the neatly stacked ordinary iron materials and semi-finished products, finally settling on a sturdy wooden crate placed alone. Accidentally unearthed a few few days ago while trying their luck at the edge of an abandoned mine. The ore felt cold and heavy to the touch. When held up to the light, it seemed as if tiny stars were swirling inside. The sound it made when struck was clear, resonant, and long, ordinary iron stone. Even after living to such an old age, Yanzeng had only ever heard similar descriptions. It's one of the core rare materials needed to forge the legendary Nichiren blade, star patterns. Although their village does some sword forging work, Iwazo knows in his heart that they are neither qualified nor skilled enough to forge swords. Their existence is more like a smokescreen. They usually take orders for ordinary knives to make a living and maintain the appearance of a knife-forging village. The true skills, the core materials, and even the mission to fight the demons are all in the hands of those local elders who have never shown their faces. A few pieces of star pattern steel, a tribute that they had to hand over immediately. Keeping it in your possession is useless and may even bring trouble. A big bird flying by overhead. It was so dark, its shadow could cover half the street. It was terrifying. Iwazo continued talking to himself in front of the empty warehouse. He could smell the inexplicable unease in his heart. Last night were a bit strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. After waking up, he discussed the matter with the villagers, but everyone was also confused and had different opinions. In the end, he shook his head, no longer wanting to think about these vague and unrealistic things. The most urgent task was to properly handle these star-patterned steel pieces. He carefully opened the wooden box and recounted the several pieces, varying sizes but gleaming with a subtle luster. There are 7 pieces in total, and the smallest is only the size of a walnut. Rare in number, yet heavier than gold and silver. Cloth, then rearranged them according to size. After finishing all that, he moved a stool and sat down at the warehouse entrance, smoking his pipe and gazing at the path at the village entrance, wet with morning dew, winding its way into the depths of the dense forest. He was waiting for someone. About half an hour later, entrance came an extremely faint rustling sound, like a cat stepping on fallen leaves. Cigarette, and his expression became respectful and solemn. A figure emerged silently from the shadows of the forest. Medium build, dressed in dark gray. His face was covered by a matching mask, revealing only a pair of calm, unwavering, yet sharp and basket on his back that looked ordinary but actually had a hidden secret. His steps were light and silent, as if he had blended into his surroundings. This is Kakuna, members of a special unit within the Demon Slayer Corps responsible for non-combat combat tasks such as logistics, intelligence, and transportation. They do not possess the astonishing swordsmanship of the pillars, but they have extraordinary ability to conceal their presence in complex environments, move quickly, and complete various challenging tasks. They typically operate alone or form temporary 2-person teams as needed for the mission, in order to minimize exposure risk and maximize efficiency. Iwazang dared not delay and quickly stepped forward, bowing slightly. "My lord, you've arrived." The masked hermit nodded, offering no further pleasantries, and his gaze fell directly on the warehouse behind Iwazo. His voice, muffled by the mask, asked, "Is everything ready?" "Yes, everything is ready." "There are 7 pieces of star-patterned steel in total which have been counted and packaged," Iwazo replied hastily. He followed Yanzeng into the warehouse, his sharp eyes scanning the interior. After confirming there was nothing amiss, he focused his attention on the locked wooden crate. Yanzeng quickly unlocked the box and opened the lid. The hermit stepped forward, extended his hand clad in thin leather gloves, gently picked up one of the minerals, examined it closely with sunlight streaming in from the doorway, felt its weight and texture with his fingers, then put it back and nodded. The quality of unexpected acquisition, it is indeed top-grade star-patterned steel. The hermit's tone was devoid of emotion. "Thank you for your hard work. Discovering and reporting it promptly prevented waste of materials and potential danger." No, it's what we should do." Yanzeng waved his hands, carrying a kind of distant politeness. These people from outside the village are always separated from these true hermits and the local villagers behind them by an invisible wall. The hermit said no more, deftly closing the wooden box. Then he took out several sturdy hemp ropes and soft padding from his basket, skillfully securing the box inside and stuffing the gaps with the padding to prevent it from... This was quick, quiet, and professional. Has anything unusual happened in the village lately? The hermit asked casually as he secured the box, his gaze sweeping over Iwazo's face with an almost tangible intensity. Iwazo's heart tightened, the unease from the previous night surfaced. Remembering everyone's groggy, conflicting accounts upon waking up, the chief's specific instruction, don't make a peace. He suppressed his doubts and shook his head. Just that there seemed to be a little commotion last night, maybe wild animals running through the mountains or a minor earthquake. Everyone was sleeping soundly, so it's hard to say for sure. The hermit paused slightly, his calm eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Yes, it's right to stay vigilant. Report any suspicious signs as required. After saying this, the hermit put the basket back on his back and adjusted the shoulder straps. Yes, sir, Iwazo replied respectfully. The handover was completed and there was no further communication. The hermit didn't even ask Iwazo's name, but simply light and swift steps silently walked out of the warehouse, quickly disappearing in the shade of the trees along the path at the village entrance, as if he... Iwazo stood at the warehouse entrance, facing the empty path and the dense forest that appeared vibrant under the sunlight. He let out a long sigh. He turned and went back to the warehouse. To where they belong. Hopefully, they can be forged into... He locked the warehouse door and prepared to go to the workshop to continue his work for the day to forge several machetes and hoes to be made for the nearby villagers. This is the life he is familiar with and can... The sky was a clear, deep blue, and the sunlight streamed down, chirping of birds echoed through the woods, and several crows with landed on the branches of a few large trees near the village entrance. They quietly preened their feathers, their small, bean-like eyes occasionally darting around as they looked down at the tranquil village and the path that stretched into the depths of the dense forest. One of the crows, seemingly unintentionally, lingered for a moment in the direction the hermit had disappeared. The sunlight shone on its dark face. Later, the crows took flight one after another, disappearing into the woods and quickly vanishing from sight. The village returned to peace, with only the rustling of the wind through the treetops and the rhythmic, monotonous hammering sounds coming from the distant woods. Everything seemed the same as usual. Deep in the dense forest, the hermit, carrying instead of choosing the open where trees were dense and vines were intertwined. Each step was taken with extreme steadiness, yet carried a sense of urgency, as if racing against time. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting shimmering spots of light on him. He dared not stop for a moment. Grain cakes from his pocket and eat them with the water in his leather bag as he walked. When he was tired, he would only... But his pace did not slow down at all. His goal was clear. He had to reach the next safe point before sunset and hand over this crucial batch of star-patterned steel. Nighttime is the domain of ghosts. Any delay could bring unforeseen dangers. This is a principle ingrained in the very bones of every hidden member. Time flies by silently. The shadows in the woods gradually lengthen and the approach of dusk. The hermit's brow furrowed even more deeply. An indescribable sense of unease like tiny thorns constantly prickled his nerves. Something feels off about me today. He couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. Everything in the forest was as usual, the wind, the birdsong, the scent of grass and trees, but he always felt as if someone was watching him. Is it just my imagination, or... His gaze unconsciously swept around. A few squirrels lazily hopping through the woods, nothing seemed to miss. A vague impression flashed through him. Since leaving the previous village, it seems. I've seen crows in the... No, not in greater numbers, but it just feels like that. Sometimes they land on distant branches, sometimes they hover high in the sky as a tiny dot, and sometimes they seem to be just a fleeting glimpse. Is it a coincidence, or am I just too nervous? The hermit shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the unfounded doubts. It's daytime now, the sun is shining brightly. Ghosts would never be able to move at such a time. Those crows are everywhere. They're probably just ordinary forest birds, or perhaps you're making. He convinced himself of this, and his tense nerves relaxed slightly. Constantly walking in the shadows and on the edge of danger, excessive vigilance can sometimes become a burden. He took a deep breath and refocused on the road beneath his feet and the goal ahead. Finally, as the sun was about to sink behind the distant mountains and a magnificent sunset appeared on the horizon, he passed through an extremely dense, almost sunless thicket of thorns, and suddenly the view opened up before him. A village, much larger and more meticulously laid out than the previous fake village, with a more profound and solemn atmosphere, sits quietly in a basin of mountains. The houses in the village are scattered in a neat and orderly fashion, with wisps of smoke rising from the chimneys. The sounds of metal forging can be heard frequently and rhythmically, and the air has a more unique aroma of charcoal and minerals. This is the true village of swordsmiths. The hermit looked at the village so close by. The inexplicable sense of unease in his heart had not completely dissipated, but it was overshadowed by the sense of security that he was about to complete his mission and a trace of fatigue. Without a conspicuous entrance on the edge of the village, marked with a specific sign, deep within the canopy of an ancient tree that stands extremely close to the village. A grayish-brown crow, its feathers almost blending into the tree bark, quietly withdrew its gaze from the hermit's retreating figure, silently flapped its wings, and swiftly disappeared into the forest sea dyed red by the setting sun. On the other side, in another dense forest miles away from Shea, Naraku his posture of his dark pupils remained half-closed, as if he were dozing. He was shrouded in thick shadow, completely avoiding the gradually setting sun. It's been a whole day. From the moment the hermit left the fake village at dawn, he used elite crows, specially enhanced with excellent camouflage and long-distance tracking abilities, like the most patient hunters, to keep his target at a distance, intermittently altering the crow's send a large number of crows to approach or conduct intensive reconnaissance, as that would easily alert the enemy. He relied solely on crucial location information and environmental characteristics through intermittent mental links. This process is long and tedious. Naraku spent his time resting with his eyes closed, maintaining a faint connection with the tracking crow while silently cultivating and strengthening his own power. Until this moment, he slowly opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth turned up, forming a cold and satisfied arc. I found your magic. Last video clips and precise coordinates, and combining them with the intelligence obtained from the fake village, he was able to confirm it with 100% certainty. The village that the hermit eventually entered, which was larger and had received the star-patterned steel, was the true village of swordsmiths. Out of a final precaution, he even controlled the tracking crow to venture closer before the hermit entered the village, briefly pausing to observe from the eaves of several houses on the edge of the village. He noticed something being processed in the workshop had a light. Found in the fake village, some of the blacksmith's hammered blanks emitted completely different energy fluctuations, and he even saw several swordsmiths who, although also wearing masks, and movements. All of this stands in stark contrast to the empty shell feeling of the fake village. My vigilance during the day was definitely too low, Naraku thought to himself. No wonder who would have thought that a ghost's eyes could soar in the sunlight and follow them all day. With the goal confirmed, I could finally relax a little after a long day. Staring all day, how boring. Naraku stretched, his bones suddenly remembered something, and a glint of demon god statue. He still remembered that he hadn't used his daily free lottery chance yet. Although yesterday brought a wonderful surprise of a clear world, we might not have that same luck today, but what if? Isn't the fun of gacha games precisely in this uncertainty? Let's get started. Naraku adjusted his posture, sitting cross-legged on the thick tree branch to ensure he was in a completely hidden and stable position. god statue, icon emitting a purple halo on the side of his face. The familiar feeling of being ripped out of one's soul returned. His vision went black for a moment, and when it came back to light, he was once again in that boundless, silent, and empty pure black space. Ahead, the colossal, majestic, and mystical statue of a demon god, seemingly formed from solidified chaos, radiating a aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Having learned from his previous experience, power this time. He walked to the statue, his face showing a hint of solemnity as well as an undisguised anticipation. He clasped his hands together, bowed respectfully to the blurry yet all-knowing face of the statue. He muttered to himself with a gambler's hope in his voice. "Hey bro, give me some support. Give me the gold, please give me the gold." As Naraku uttered golden, the statue's blurry face seemed to twitch very subtly as if a fleeting. The moment I bowed, the buzzing sound was enveloping him. A soft, mysterious halo flowed over him. Worship successful, you have received a statue as a reward. Obtain special quest item, Oracle's Pact one-time use. Item description. After use, you can accept one quest from a random god. The rules and nature of this world. This task abilities and world background. It is feasible, and upon successful completion, the user will receive a rule-based item or special reward from the deity. Note, even deities have the caution. Abyss, a divine vision. What god? A demon god. As he stared at the palm-sized crystalline cuboid that had appeared out of nowhere in his hand, radiating a faint milky is covered with complex and mysterious natural patterns, as if it could be easily broken open. It doesn't seem to directly increase strength. After use, you will receive a quest from a random deity, and completing the quest will it also says it's in line with the nature of this world, meaning the quest content is within this demon slayer world. This demon god statue. Its business scope is quite broad. Not only does it distribute daily benefits, but it also doubles as a task posting board. Naraku found it both novel and somewhat amusing. He weighed the made like crystal but not crystal, with patterns inside that seem to be slowly flowing. It looks like it for a while but didn't plan to use it immediately. This sounds a bit complicated, and since it involves a divine mission, I need to find a suitable place to calm down. Put that aside for now. The most urgent task is to reveal the exact location and intent. The statue and the dark space slowly dissipated, and Naraku's consciousness returned to reality. He opened his eyes, and indeed the divine oracle contract appeared in his hand. He carefully put it away. The last rays of the setting sun disappeared below the horizon, and night quietly fell. Stiff body. Dark red pupils gleamed with a cold light in the dark. And in my homework. He needed to contact Nakheim or somehow to convey the exact location and information of the swordsmith village to Musen. This completes the first phase of the task, and at the same time prepares for possible actions in the next step. As night fell, the true village of sword forging was exposed to the predator's sights. It's getting dark, time to close your eyes and go to sleep. Naraku calmed his mind and used his consciousness to look inward. The connection between the demon's body and Musen's blood is not merely a channel for power and control. It also serves as a highly concealed link for use in emergency or critical situations. This is one of the permissions after becoming an upper moon demon. It's similar to a targeted one-way internal communication channel that only specific individuals can receive. Naraku focused his mind, sensing the invisible mark hidden deep within his consciousness. The exact location of the real sword forging village, its surrounding environment, its initial scale and defenses, and a brief account of how I tracked it here using clues from the fake village were all organized into a clear flow of information into the mark. Once the message was delivered, he waited quietly. Naraku knew that Nakheim would the circumstances relay it to Musen, Infinite City on a floating platform somewhere. Nakheim, who was gracefully plucking the people in her arms and adjusting the space in the corner, finger. Her eyes, mostly hidden by her bangs and seemingly empty, seemed to flicker, as if they had received some kind of specific fluctuation. She paused for a moment, as if confirming the source and content of the information. Immediately, she raised her pale finger and gently traced a line in the air. A tiny, blood-red ripple, visible only to her, spread out, swiftly infinite labyrinth. A moment later, a cold yet pleasant will resounded directly in her consciousness. Oh, found it interesting. Bring him over. Narumi bowed slightly, silently indicating that she had accepted the order, and her fingertips lightly caressed the strings of the biwa. The familiar sound of a pipa with its distorted space rang in his ears without warning. The world spun around and space folded. He found himself in the unpredictable, endlessly expanding city. Beneath my feet lies a familiar dark wooden platform, surrounded by a jumble of floating corridors and paper doors, while pale lanterns ahead on a throne supported by driftwood. Muzan Kibitsuji leaned back, his red pupils fixed on him with undisguised admiration and pleasure. Narumi stood quietly to one side, holding her pipa, her eyes lowered, as if she had become one with space. The mission was well completed, Naraku-kun. Muzan spoke first, his voice calm yet tinged with satisfaction. I am aware of the clues. He was indeed in a good mood. The Demon Slayer Corps, although individually insignificant in his eyes, always getting in his way when he was searching and handling others, irritating. Deeper in his mind, he still harbored a deep-seated the nightmarish figure from a century ago. Therefore, continuously weakening, especially cutting off their supply of the Nichiren blade, their core weapon against demons, has always been one of his strategic objectives. He had previously ordered the other upper moons to search for and destroy the cities, but they mostly found decoys with little success. But also successfully locked onto his real target. This far exceeded his expectations. I originally just wanted to give him a task to get him familiar with the work and see what he was capable of. I didn't expect him to give me such a pleasant surprise so quickly. Muzan pondered to himself. In comparison, the others who received the same mission seemed to have made no significant progress so far. This made him think more highly of Naraku. Naraku lowered his head slightly, his tone respectful and steady, neither humble nor arrogant. Very good. Muzan nodded, then turned his gaze to Nakai. Bring that one here too. Narumi silently accepted the order and gently plucked the strings of her fingertips. Zhang. Another spatial fluctuation occurred on the other side of the platform. Twisted and condensed, transforming its entire body radiating cowardice. As soon as he appeared, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground, his body trembling, not daring to raise his head, and repeatedly said in a hoarse voice with a sob in his voice, "No, Lord Muzan, this humble servant Hantingu. I do not know what your excellency has summoned me for. This humble servant will do everything in my power, even at the cost of the upper moon for Hantingu, whose true form is always this cowardly, timid appearance." Muzan looked at Hantingu's appearance without the slightest surprise or disdain, as if he were already used to it. He spoke calmly, interrupting the dog's incessant chatter. Hantingu Naraku has found the real sword-forging village. Upon hearing this, Hantingu's trembling body stiffened for a moment. He stood glancing at Naraku beside him before swiftly lowering his head again. Congratulations, Lord Naraku. This mission will be carried out jointly by you and Naraku, Muzan continued, his voice leaving no room for doubt. Complete the village, slaughter all swordsmen and guards, and destroy all facilities and materials. Yes, I will do my utmost to cooperate with Lord Naraku. Hantingu immediately responded, his head Naraku bowed slightly at the same time. Yes, sir. Muzan neither commented on their reactions nor offered any explanation, simply waving his hand. Narumi understood and her fingertips traced the strings of the biwa once more. Clang! This time, the string notes were more rapid and powerful. Naraku and Hantingu simultaneously felt a powerful spatial force envelop them. The infinity castle in their vision rapidly peeled away and reformed like a shadow. When the sense of spatial distortion subsided, the two found themselves in an unfamiliar forest clearing. A cool night breeze blew. In the distance, the outlines of mountains could be faintly seen under the moonlight. Naraku immediately was the spot where he had disappeared earlier. Nakheim clearly teleported precisely according to the coordinates he provided. The environment changed abruptly, and although the half-dog's crawling body was still hunched over, it was straighter than before. He looked around in a panic, and only breathed a slight sigh of relief after confirming that Musen was not nearby. But the fear and trepidation on his face did not diminish at all. He looked at Naraku beside him, whose expression remained calm, and asked cautiously in his hoarse voice, "Naraku-sama, what should we do now? Should we just charge in?" He seemed to have completely handed over the reins, preparing to follow Naraku's lead without question. Naraku glanced at him, remaining non-committal about the Upper Moon Force performance. He withdrew his gaze, looking towards the direction of the Swordsmith village. "No, we'll split up but proceed simultaneously. I'll strike first, creating chaos and drawing attention." He paused, his tone carrying an undeniable decisiveness. "Speed is of the essence in war, it's all about speed. We must subdue everyone as quickly as possible, before they have time to organize effective resistance." He turned his head, his dark red pupils fixed on Anton. "Your mission is to seal off all possible escape routes around the village. Anyone attempting to send a message. Don't let a single one escape. The goal is to ensure that when this sword-forging village is destroyed, the rest of the Demon Slayer Corps will be unable to provide effective support in the short term." As Hantingu listened to Naraku's clear, burdened tone, a faint, almost imperceptible glint seemed to flash into his. "Understood, Lord Naraku, I will. Do my best to seal off the outer perimeter and prevent anyone from escaping." After saying that, Half-Heaven Dog's short body suddenly began to tremble violently, not from fear, but from the surge of some kind of power. Then his body seemed to melt and split apart, expanding. "Just a bunch of small fry, dealing with them won't waste any time. Anger build up, hee hee. This is fun, we're going to kill them all, cola." Sigh, another massacre is about to occur. Utterly devastated, four distinct auras, each with a unique personality, rapidly separated from the main body of the Earth. The true form of the Half-Heaven Dog shrank dramatically the moment its clone appeared, eventually becoming a tiny the size of a fist, like a frying. It darted into a crevice in a nearby rock, peeking out with only a pair of terrified little eyes. "Oh. This is his clone technique." Naraku watched this scene with great interest. In an anime, witnessing this kind of blood demon technique, with multiple souls, still feels quite strange. A thought involuntarily popped into my head. If I could learn that, wouldn't I be able to shrink and then go to a brothel? Cough, cough. He quickly stopped this slightly off-topic thought, coughed lightly, and composed himself. Now is not the time to think about these things. Naraku checked the plan one last time, his gaze sharpening once more. Then, Naraku turned towards the direction of the sword-forging village, a chilling, killing intent and dark red aura emanating. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure sleeping under the moonlight. Behind them, the four clones of the Half-Heaven Dog exchanged glances, and then, as planned, transformed into four blurry streams of light the edges of the village in different directions. Hidden in a crevice in the rocks, the miniature form of the Tengu trembled and muttered, "No, don't find me. It's terrifying." The prelude to destruction quietly began under the silent night sky. Naraku's figure was like a phantom blending into the night, silently, stealthily making his way to the outskirts of the sword-forging village in a few leaps. Instead of launching this time, he no longer summoned flood, and combined with the precise control of his S-class mental power hundreds or even thousands of small crows, whose feathers were deliberately adjusted to be close to the color of night. Spread out silently from Naraku's center like a black tide emerging from nothingness. These crows were not flying around randomly, but were carrying out precise instructions preset by Naraku. Some crows, like This serves as both an initial encirclement and surveillance, and can also swoop down to cause interference when necessary. More crows, like Seeping Ink, take advantage of the darkness and the shadows of the buildings to silently slip into the village from every possible angle, through window cracks, vents, and drains. Their objective is clear: to find and approach all masked swordsmen, members, targets that appear to be guards or combatants. At the same time, Naraku activated the Hypnotic Dream Whisper ability he had specially enhanced through a mental link. These crows, like invisible ghosts, key locations in the village that appear to be sentry posts or guard posts. Hypnosis is not a broad, indiscriminate attack, but a precise, targeted strike. When a hypnotic raven quietly landed on the shoulder of a patrolman who was yawning, and their dark red eyes inadvertently met, a powerful and subtle mental shift. The guard felt a sudden, irresistible felt as heavy as lead, and before he could even think about where the darkness came from, his consciousness quickly his body went limp, and he fell into a carefully woven, painless dream. One after another, guards at sentry posts, patrol team members, and even a few veteran knife like stalks of wheat blown down by deep sleep at their respective posts on the roads and in the workshops. The entire process was incredibly fast and made almost no unusual noises. The scattered lights remained gradually faded into silence. With his eyes closed, Naraku calmly monitored the progress of the crows that filled the village, as if overlooking a giant sand table. Outer perimeter guards cleared. Western workshop area cleared mostly. Central residential area now back to more smoothly than I had imagined. In less than 15 minutes, over 90% of the village's swordsmiths and guards. However, just when Naraku thought he could easily through the vision of a crow that had scurried near a larger building in the center of the village, Naraku spotted an unexpected figure. She was an exceptionally tall and fit young woman, wearing a loose-fitting Demon Slayer Corps uniform with a unique pink heart pattern on her hair. A single ponytail with a bow, giving her a vibrant look. She had a beautiful face with healthy, glowing her large eyes were slightly furrowed, revealing a sharpness and doubt that seemed incongruous with her sweet appearance. Love Pillar. How did she get a hint of surprise? Memories and general logic of the original work. Pillar-level swordsmen do not stay in rear production periods of time. They come here more often to carry out missions or for temporary rest. Perhaps. She's here to order or repair a Nichiren blade, or to escort important supplies, or perhaps the Demon Slayer Corps has recently strengthened the defenses of key locations and started rotating a variable. At this moment, Kenroji Mitsuri was standing outside half a Sakura Machi in her hand. Her exceptional physical condition requires a large intake of energy, and late-night snacks are a common occurrence. Kenroji Mitsuri tilted her head, her emerald green eyes filled with growing confusion. Strange. Why is it so quiet? This wasn't her first time visiting the knife-forging village. She was quite familiar with the atmosphere there at night. Usually around this time, although most people would rest, there would always be a few energetic or busy old craftsmen still working away. The sound of patrolling team members' footsteps would ring out regularly, and the air would be filled with the faint smell of charcoal and metal. But tonight, it's too tranquility, but rather a kind of abruptly, as if life had been forcibly cut off, leaving a deathly silence. The familiar lingering sound of blacksmithing was gone, as were the occasional whispers or coughs of the patrolmen. Even the sound of the night wind blowing through the eaves and startling roosting birds was rare. Something's not right. Pillars intuition was issuing a frantic warning. Kenroji Mitsuri put down the Sakura Machi in her hand and silently gripped the hilt in her other hand. Its emerald green eyes instantly sharpened like an eagle's, scanning the surrounding buildings. Almost simultaneously, Naraku also confirmed through the perceptions of the other crows that, in addition to the love pillar, there were 2 or 3 other swordsmen to hypnosis. Although their movements became slow and sluggish, they did not immediately fall asleep. One of them even began to shout incoherently, trying to alert his companion. Numbers, no, my head is spinning. There's something. Although the sound wasn't loud, it was enough to raise an alarm in the quiet of the night. Tusk, it wasn't that easy after all. Naraku clicked his tongue in most of the enemies, and then concentrate forces to deal with any potential tough opponents. Now that we've been exposed, there's no need to hide anymore. Activate Plan B and launch a surprise attack to start the operation. Gah, quack. Hundreds of crows, which had been quietly circling, suddenly seemed to receive a unified command and let out a piercing cries filled with ominous intent. Natural bird song, but a noise attack interference, instantly shattering the silence of the night, like an invisible iron brush scraping against everyone's eardrums. At the same time, all the crows stopped hiding and took flight from the shadows under the wildly in the night sky, like a sudden black storm that enveloped the entire village. The dense sound of wings flapping through the air merged into a terrifying roar. Enemy attack, a real enemy attack. The 2 or 3 swordsmiths who had resisted the initial hypnosis finally awoke completely and issued a piercing alarm. But their voices were instantly drowned out by the cawing and flapping of the crows. Misery's pupils contracted sharply the instant the crows erupted. Without the slightest hesitation, her emerald eyes blazed with astonishing fighting spirit and determination. Her lithe figure shot reaching the open space outside. Love-breathing 6 formed cat feet shout, and her figure suddenly became footwork for the naked eye to detect. Within a small space. The Nicaran blade in his hand drew dazzling arcs of pink and green light under the moonlight, like a violent yet precise pink whirlwind. Dozens of crows that approached, swooped down and attack or harass her, were instantly sliced as they crashed into an invisible meat grinder before the sharp. The speed and precision of the knife work were astonishing. However, Kenroji Mitsuri's heart sank. They had only killed some strange crows, the real enemy had yet to appear. Moreover, there are just too many crows, they can't be eradicated. Just as she was preparing to expand her movement range to find the enemy or try to awaken more companions, her gaze was involuntarily of crows, swirling and converging like a black vortex, suddenly changed its trajectory. They no longer hovered randomly, but began to converge and arrange themselves in a regular pattern, as if controlled by an invisible hand towards a center point. Hundreds, even thousands of crows, head to tail, wings pressed tightly together, a suspended staircase several feet wide, downwards in the night sky. At the top of this crow staircase is the center of the densest vortex of crows, while at the bottom it slowly descends, pointing towards the center of the village, to an open space not far in front of Kenroji Mitsuri. Immediately afterwards, the sky, step by step, along the eerie crow staircase. The moonlight mingled with the faint glow of the pale light on the face of the person who appeared. His face was so strikingly handsome it was almost unreal. His long, dark red hair fluttered slightly in the night breeze, and his dark robes accentuated his tall and imposing figure. What's most chilling are those eyes, cold, golden-red flames burning around the edges of their dark red pupils, and deep within those pupils, clearly imprinted eerie characters. Roji's breath caught in her throat the moment she saw those eyes. My heart felt like it was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, pounding wildly, almost bursting out of my chest. A demon, upper rank, or can it fly? The visual and psychological impact of the scene, descending like a king of the night, stepping onto the crow-filled steps, far exceeded her expectations. Even as a pillar who had faced countless demons, she had never seen his emerald green eyes were fixed on the figure slowly descending the steps, and his knuckles turned white from gripping the knife too tightly. A fine layer of cold sweat uncontrollably seeped from his forehead, winding. During Ghost Month, the 6 strongest demons are second only to Musen Kibitsuji. In the history of the Demon Slayer, only a handful of pillars have ever been able to confront an upper moon directly and survive. Further accounts tell of the leader's fall and the lessons learned in blood. An unprecedented sense of approaching a life-or-death crisis, like an icy tide, instantly overwhelmed Canberra. On her honey-colored face, fear gradually gave way to a complex expression that mixed with dread, determination, and fighting spirit. She knew that tonight would likely be the most severe and dangerous battle she had faced since becoming a pillar. Naraku took his final step off the crow staircase, landing firmly on solid ground. The crow staircase behind them instantly collapsed, transforming back into a circling flock of crows. Without even glancing at the scattered resistance fighters around him, who had been startled and were frantically running out of the house, only to be quickly stopped by the crows, his dark red pupils locked onto the pink-haired girl pillar in front of him, who was gripping her Nichiren blade tightly as if facing a formidable enemy. The air seemed to in the night wind, only the low circling of crows remained, and the silent yet fierce clash of killing intent and fighting spirit between the two. Suppressing her instinctive fear of the upper moon, Mitsuri was burned with fierce fighting spirit. She knew that running away was pointless. The only option was to fight to the death. Love-breathing second form, regretful lingering love. She let out a sharp cry and charged forward like a cheetah hunting its prey. The Nichiren blade traced a complex and swift arc of piercing light, not aiming that was both tender and deadly, attempting to block Naraku's escape route. The blade flashes sharply and moves, containing the unique rhythm of the love pillar that draws opponents into its love whirlwind. However, Naraku merely turned slightly to the side, his steps seemingly slow but actually swift. His dark red figure moved with the ease of a ghost through the gaps in the blade's light, and the seemingly annoying lingering didn't touch the hem of his clothes. He shot out from his sleeve. For attack, to lightly parry and deflect several of the most cunning blade energies. So fast and it's completely unaffected by my breathing rhythm. Kenroji Mitsuri was startled. The other person's effortless indifference made her feel a heavy pressure. She gritted her teeth and launched another attack, love-breathing fifth form, wavering love's chaotic claws. The speed of the Nichiren blades a sophisticated blockade, it transformed into countless wildly flashing, unpredictable pinkish-green claw-shaped blades, that overwhelms her opponent with strength and speed. Raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly acknowledging the speed and range of the attack. However, he still did not use the blood side. Instead, his movement became unpredictable, and his figure moved like a fish in water amidst the countless claw shadows, dodging continuously with the slightest difference in distance. At the same time, his mind started swirling. God, from among the flock of crows circling, dozens of smaller crows, stones being thrown. They were rather like annoying mosquitoes, trying to disrupt her vision and rhythm of attack. With a swift flash of light, Kenroji Mitsuki sliced the approaching crow to pieces, but a barely perceptible stagnation inevitably appeared in her movements. It was this slight stagnation, a cold glint flashed in Naraku's eyes. He stopped dodging, and with a click of his right hand, the crimson scythe instantly solidified in his grasp. At the same time, he formed a hand seal with his left hand, simultaneously power and demonic power. Their extremely faint Minghu coordinate imprints, which Naraku had secretly woven into their bodies, activated simultaneously at this moment. Buzz. Dozens of fluctuations simultaneously arose in the air within a radius of several meters around Kenroji Mitsuri. Each fluctuation point corresponds to the location where a crow, whether alive or reduced to energy remnants, once existed. This is precisely Naraku's initial concept of the pseudo-flying thunder god formation, using a large number of crows carrying miniature coordinate imprints within a specific area. Their skeletal energy, Kenroji Mitsuri was already at the center of this invisible teleportation net. Mitsuri Kenroji had just shattered another wave of crows, and was about to adjust her breathing to find Naraku's true form when she suddenly sensed that the aura around her had become incredibly strange. The drifting black smoke and the circling crows seemed to become some kind of cold coordinates, locking down the space. trace. It's not a high-speed afterimage, but a real instantaneous teleportation. The next instant, a chilling killing intent and a sharp whistling sound erupted without warning from the remains of a crow that had just been cleaved in two. The black smoke completely dissipated. Naraku's figure emerged from the void like a ghost, his blood-red scythe drawing a chilling arc from the waist. Its speed and angle were so extreme that it completely exceeded the scope of conventional movement. Mitsuri turned pale with shock. She didn't even see how the other person moved. It was entirely due to the known through countless trials by a pillar-level swordsman and the extraordinary reaction and speed brought by cat feet love wind that he suddenly twisted his body at the critical moment, holding the Nicaran blade horizontally to his side. Clang. A deafening clang of metal clashing against metal reverberated through the night sky. An overwhelming and Kenroji Mitsuri's estimate. She felt as if she had been hit head-on by a charging beast. Her tightness, her arms throbbed with pain and numbness, and her slender body was completely unable to resist the force. Like a kite with a broken string, she flew backward and crashed into the wood, billowing everywhere. The power difference. She felt a sweet taste in her throat, but she managed to hold back from spitting out blood. But the crisis is far from over. Almost the instant her trajectory as she was thrown back came to a shadow of another. Naraku's figure appeared out of thin air for the second time. It was as if he had already where she would land after flying backwards. The second blood scythe, carrying an even colder and more resolute killing. This time she had exhausted her old strength and had not yet generated new strength. To gain leverage and had no time to make any effective block or dodge. The dull thud of a sharp blade, an extremely piercing scream, tore through the night sky. A young girl's muscular arm, wielding a Nicaran blade, was severed at the shoulder, flying high into the air with spraying blood. As Kenroji Mitsuri crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from her severed arm. The excruciating pain overwhelmed her consciousness like a tsunami. And smiles was now contorted with pain, covered in a mixture of cold sweat and blood, a truly wretched sight. His figure landed far away, looking at Love Pillar curled up on the ground in pain, blood flowing endlessly from her severed arm. In the depths of his dark red pupils, complexity and the hand gripping the blood-red side, remained as steady as a rock, trembling in the slightest. Blood shot out like nimble tentacles, swirling and tossing the severed arm, along with the tightly gripped Nicaran blade, far into the dense forest outside the village, eliminating any possibility of it being retrieved or used. At the same time, more blood spread out like a spider web. Almost unable to resist due to excruciating pain and blood loss. Half of her shoulder exposed, firmly imprisoning her on the ground. Kenroji Mitsuri struggled to lift her head. Her emerald green eyes were somewhat unfocused due to the intense pain and blood loss, but the look in her eyes as she gazed at Naraku was filled with deep-seated hatred, bone-deep fear, and an unyielding determination that remained even on the verge of death. Naraku walked up to her, knelt down, and calmly gazed into her eyes, which were filled with complex emotions. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked softly, "Do you want to live?" The sound wasn't loud, but it reached Kenroji Mitsuri's ears clearly. Ha! Kenroji Mitsuri spat with all her might. Although she was weak, and there was no wavering in her eyes. "Demon, don't even think about making me submit, kill me." As Naraku looked into her eyes, where there was pure, uncompromising hatred and pride, the complex emotions in his heart intensified. He wasn't angry. Instead, he controlled the blood-red ribbon and pulled the cocoon, enveloping her a little closer. He leaned close to her ear and in a low, whispering voice that only the two of them could hear, slowly said, "Actually, I died." Mitsuri's body trembled violently, and a look of utter astonishment and disbelief flashed in her unfocused eyes. Naraku's voice carried a hint of an indescribable sigh. "I'm curious, if we were on the same page, what choice would you make?" These words, like a stone thrown into a tank, stirred up was on the verge of chaos. Her pupils suddenly contracted, as if she had vaguely caught a fragment of a more cruel truth in those words, one that transcended the life-or-death struggle before her. A terrifying premonition that she was about to be forced to make an irreversible choice gripped her heart like a cold, venomous snake. At that moment, Naraku's movements did not stop for the slightest. Pressing against the warm skin on the side of her neck. Kenroji Mitsuri froze, stunned by the sudden, overly intimate contact. A slight shiver and a strange itch ran down her skin. However, the next second, the sharp canines mercilessly pierced the tough skin, embedding themselves deeply into the artery. A more distinct and direct sense of plundering, even more intense than the loss of blood, accompanied by excruciating pain. She felt her hot blood being frantically drawn, and her life force was rapidly draining away. This is different from the pain of being cut by a sword. It is a deeper, more terrifying feeling of being swallowed up. What horrified her even more was that the exceeded her expectations. Within just a few breaths, she felt a strong wave of dizziness and weakness, as if her entire body was being drained. The dark red light in Naraku's eyes seemed to deepen and become more dangerous with the infusion of his high-quality blood. His aura also began to rise and solidify in a subtle and tangible way. Ding. Detected host ingestion. Pillar-level swordsman with rare physique. Energy conversion in progress. The demon body's base attributes have been greatly enhanced. Speed, defense, and regeneration efficiency are perfect. Blood efficiency has broken through the bottleneck. Current 9251 Blood Demon Art Golden Pattern Undying Battle efficiency. Combat Stream Assessment updated. S-Right Arrow S the Upper Moon 2 level. This sudden, powerful feedback from the Devouring caused Naraku's spirit to rouse slightly, but it also intensified the complex feelings in his heart. He didn't revel in the thrill of his income, because he knew that what followed was the real key, and also the Mitsuri's consciousness became increasingly blurred due to massive that pale and slender hand, which seemed even more powerful after absorbing the blood of the pillars, silently pierced through the blood-soaked silk, and then, without any hindrance, pierced through her blood-soaked chest. The dull thud of flesh being torn apart was far more muffled and penetrating deeper into the marrow than the sound of a severed arm. This piercing occurred when she was at her weakest. It brought not only physical destruction, but also a final blow to her remaining will. The hand pierced precisely through the gap between her lung and bone, avoiding her spine, and emerged from behind her back. Half of the hand still warm blood and fragments of tissue from her chest cavity. This blow completely destroyed her death. Kenroji Mitsuri's instantly to their limit, her pupils dilating due to extreme pain and the rapid loss of her life force. A short, broken hoarse sound came from her throat, and a large amount of blood mixed with bubbles gushed from her mouth, staining her chest and chin red. The light in his emerald green eyes, intense hatred and determination were quickly replaced by the bewilderment and coldness of impending death, yet containing immense life energy and strange laws. The highly purified Demon King blood, to upper-rank demons, originated from Naraku himself and was injected into his collapsing body through his arm, which was inserted into Mitsuri Kenroji's chest. Naraku knew very well that it was almost impossible for a pillar-level swordsman like Kenroji Mitsuri, whose physical ability and whose willpower was extremely strong, to accept the transformation of demon blood while she was conscious and still physically capable of fighting. Forcibly instilling this knowledge will most likely only cause her body to react violently and instinctively, and may even lead to her death or her turning into a mindless monster. Only by delivering a near-fatal blow like this can she be brought to the brink of death. The body's instinctive survival. At the same time, the demon blood seeps in as a lifeline, making it possible for her body to voluntarily accept this gift from the darkness and complete the transformation into a demon. Even so, the success rate is by no means 100%. Originally, I planned to handle it silently, destroy the facilities and materials, which would also severely damage the demon's core. Naraku watched as the girl in his arms began to tremble violently from the injection of demon blood. Abnormal bluish-black veins on her skin and her expression was contorted in pain. He thought to himself, "This faction would send a helper, and then run into such an accident as you. I'm not alone anymore. No longer act as freely as before or even risk preserving pointless kindness. That's all I can do. Perhaps to live on, even in a different form, is better than to vanish completely. When I have enough power in the future to truly control my own destiny, you will also see a real turning point." Just then, several figures of different colors swept in from different directions of the village and landed near Naraku. These are the four emotional incarnations of the half-heaven dog: anger, joy, elation, and despair. They were all covered in fresh blood, carrying severed limbs or dripping weapons, clearly having completed the clearing and sealing off of the village. "Wow, you've got this sorted out too." With a volatile temper and pent-up rage, he glanced at the blood-soaked body of Kenroji Mitsuri, who was undergoing a violent transformation, then looked around at the surrounding mess. "Not bad efficiency, a little faster than killing all those scurrying insects. Hee, are you looking for a new toy, or are you trying to develop your own group?" Kola chuckled and leaned closer, curiously examining Kenroji Mitsuri's pained face. "This woman seems pretty skilled. She made quite a commotion just now." Difference. Yes, doing things alone is troublesome. Having a few helpers is always good, too. Ha, that's right. The more helpers, the more. I laughed heartily. Sigh. Another pitiful soul caught up in the killing. AI Jew shook his head and sighed, but there was no pity in his eyes. Looking at these four distinct clones, so different from his cowardly self, Naraku felt a mixture of absurdity and amusement. These clones, combat power and personality, seem to be much last look at the once tranquil village, the scene of carnage. The dilapidated houses, the splattered blood, the scattered tools and broken knife blanks, and the mutilated corpses left behind after the crows and the demigod's clones had wiped them out in pools of blood. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the aura of death. An indescribable sense of separation suddenly overwhelmed Naraku. Is this what I'm doing right now? Taking lives for power, to protect those you want to protect. The unease and self-doubt brought about by this realization, like cold vines, forcefully, almost violently suppressed the surging emotion. The more I think about it, the more annoyed I get, so I'll just stop thinking about it. Right now, I don't have any, so I can only think about what I can do. And I'm strong enough to break the rules, strong enough to establish a new order. Only then can I do whatever I want. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, all that remained was a icy gaze. Contact Nakai's mission complete, he said to Huntington. The clones of the half-heaven dog exchanged glances, and the relatively normal AI Jew nodded, seemingly contacting the main body in some way. A moment later, the familiar sound of the pipa carrying a spatial rhythm once again rang out above this blood-soaked and desolate village. Zhang, zhang. The space began to distort and fold. Naraku, Mitsuri Kenroji, who was wrapped in blood and an intense demonic transformation, and Hantingu, along with a portion of the battlefield's aura, were enveloped by an invisible force, and disappearing. Mysterious and eternal platform of the infinite city. Ahead, Muzan Kibitsuji still leaned against his throne, his crimson pupils calmly watching the returning executor and blood with erratic breathing and undergoing a strange transformation. An invisible pressure permeated the air of Infinite City. When the sound of the biwa completely dissipated, Naraku, the clone of Hantingu and Kenroji Mitsuri, who was wrapped in blood and suffering the agony of demonization, stood firmly on the infinitely extending platform. Ahead, Muzan Kibitsuji still leaned against his after landing, even AI Jew stopped sighing. The four people knelt on one knee in unison, showing their submission to their creator. Naraku merely bowed slightly, a level of etiquette permitted for upper moon demons. "My lord," Naraku's voice was calm and even, "the sword-forging village has been utterly destroyed. All swordsmiths and guards have been annihilated. The core facilities and material warehouses have been burned down. We have confirmed violently within the blood-soaked cocoon, emitting suppressed groans of pain. The pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, his strength is still considerable, but he poses no threat anymore. I believe that if he could be transformed into a demon, he might become a decent addition to our forces. Musen's eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly for a moment. Fast, too fast. From the moment he received the suspected the swords of the village, to assigning the mission to Naraku and Hantingu, and now to completing the mission. Less than a day had passed. This efficiency and execution far exceeded his expectations. He originally thought it would take at least several days of reconnaissance and probing, and he might even encounter strong resistance from the Demon Slayer Corps. But the Upper Moon 5 before them seemed to have already locked onto their target, and with thunderous force, they carried out a complete purge. An indescribable sense of satisfaction and pleasure. What he needs is precisely this kind of tool. To indulge in tedious fun or art and miss crucial opportunities. Well done, Naraku-kun. His voice seemed slightly gentler than usual, though that gentleness remained chillingly cold. Your abilities and efficiency always surprise me. System notification, Kibitsuji by 10 points, current affection level 30 appreciation. Something rang in Naraku's mind made him slightly uneasy. His favorability rating has increased. It seems he's truly satisfied with this efficient completion of the task. Needs more tolerance, more resources, and relatively less surveillance. Remained expressionless with respectful demeanor. Musen's gaze fell on Kanroji Mitsuri lying on the ground, looking at her in blood, and feeling the demonic power within her that belonged to Naraku, fiercely to reshape her existence. The body was undergoing a violent transformation. Its life force stimulated form painful, but also a sign of rebirth, since it's something Naraku likes. Musen's lips curled into a faint smile, a smile that sent a shiver down Naraku's spine. Then take it. As an Upper Moon, you certainly deserve a decent subordinate. Subordinates, Naraku's heart stirred. This seemingly was this a reminder that, as the Upper Moon, he could have subordinates, but one decent subordinate was enough? A natural manifestation of Musen's consistent contradictory attitude of both allowing and being wary of his subordinates possessing private power. Boss, are you serious? Your subordinates? But his expression remained unchanged. He simply bowed again. Lord Musen. Consciousness, like an invisible tentacle quietly reaching into his mind, it was Musen reading his surface thoughts. Deep within Naraku's consciousness, the mind firewall, constructed with the weaving skill, and consisting of layers of and misleading mechanisms, silently activated. A safety word and surface thoughts consistent with the persona of a demon. Contempt for the Demon Slayer Corps and awe of Musen's power. The Demon Slayer Corps is utterly vulnerable. The garbage that prevents us from evolving into perfect beings. Next mission, we need to be even more efficient and decisive. The bottleneck in Blood Demon art seems to have loosened somewhat. More practice is needed. Lord Musen's power is truly unfathomable. These carefully woven thoughts placed on the outermost layer flow out naturally like a pre-designed river, ready for the cold tentacles of consciousness to read. Sure enough, Musen's crimson eyes showed even greater satisfaction. Naraku's pure and efficient demon nature, along with his awe of his own power and him. This tool is not only easy to use, but its underlying philosophy is also correct. Your performance this time deserves an extra reward. Musen was clearly in a good mood, and he slowly rose from his throne. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared from in front of the throne. If it were the old Naraku, he could see a blur before his eyes, unable to track its movement, and could only feel the suffocating pressure approaching instantly. Naraku's S-rank mental strength, combined with his nascent understanding of the transparent world, brought his dynamic to a new level. He saw it. That wasn't true teleportation, but rather movement at extremely high speeds. The trajectory of the tornado, the imperceptible pressure changes on the for conventional senses to detect, were all outlined by his mental vision. Oh, so that's why you run so fast, you scumbag boss. A sense of absurdity even crossed Naraku's mind. Once he saw it clearly, the once unfathomable, godlike movement now appeared to him more like a display of the ultimate speed of some kind of creature. Powerful, without a doubt, but at least no longer realized that merely seeing the trajectory did not mean that his physical reaction and speed could keep up. His physical strength is still a huge gap from the level of Muzan. So when Muzan's figure appeared before him like a ghost, less than half a meter away, Naraku's pupils contracted slightly. A genuine look of astonishment and a perfectly measured his face. His body a flawless, normal reaction from a subordinate superior. Muzan seemed oblivious to anything amiss, or rather, he simply didn't believe Naraku could possibly have seen his movements. He extended his pale finger, its tip sharp as a knife, and gently from a distance. My fingertips pierced my flesh, the cold touch mixed with excruciating pain. Immediately afterwards, a stream of Demon King blood, far more violent and pure than Naraku's own blood before, containing the original power and will of Muzan, surged into Naraku's heart and blood vessels like magma bursting its banks. Even with Naraku's strong will, he couldn't too strong, carrying an intense, corrosive, and transformative as if it wanted to crush, reshape, and imprint every single cell of an even deeper mark. A sharp pain through my entire body. The strain, muscle fibers tore and regenerated, and blood vessels swelled. Naraku could feel that under the influence of defense and regeneration were all increasing. Jewel fragments within his soul seemed to glow slightly, stimulating him to stabilize his mind and accelerate his absorption. This feeling was as intense as the leap he experienced when he devoured half of the jade pot. For about 10 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. On Naraku's chest had already healed rapidly. But his aura grew deeper and more restrained. The dark red flames in his eyes seemed to burn more steadily, with their golden edges becoming clearer. Such a powerful improvement. Naraku secretly assessed the situation. Right now, I should be able to easily suppress or even crush that weirdo Dama, right? As for Upper Moon One Kokushibo, I haven't seen him truly fight. Consolidate this power properly. Muzan's voice pulled him back to reality from his rapid assessment. I hope to see you go further. The Upper Moon sequence is not static. This statement seems to have a hidden meaning. Is this encouraging him to take higher positions? Or is it implying that he needs to demonstrate more value? Yes. Naraku suppressed his inner seemed quite satisfied with his current attitude and state and said nothing more. With a flicker, he returned to the throne as if he had never left. He waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. The 4 clones of Hantingu were as if granted a pardon and quickly dissipated, presumably returned to As Naraku heard the familiar zhang-zhang sound of the biwa, he felt the space distort once again. A flash of light changed. The night wind carried a strong smell of blood and burning. Naraku looked closely and his brow furrowed involuntarily. Before me lay broken walls and ruins, lingering black smoke from a fire, scattered tools, and pools of congealed blood. This is the ruins of the sword-forging village, which we just left not long ago and which has been completely destroyed. They just sent me back like that. Naraku was speechless. Isn't he afraid that the Demon Slayer Corps reinforcements have already arrived and set up an ambush nearby? Couldn't they have sent me to a safer place, like near my base? He sighed, realizing that this was most likely some kind of default setting for the Infinite City teleportation, or that Nakheim was simply operating according to the simple logic of returning to where she came from. With a thought, Naraku spreading out from him to conduct a thorough reconnaissance. At the same time, he was also alertly sensing the atmosphere around him. A moment later, the crows remained motionless. There was no sign of life within a radius of several miles, only some nocturnal animals disturbed by the smell of blood. It seemed that the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were rapidly approaching in the distance. But they were still far away and would need at least another 15 minutes to reach the port area. There's still time, but not much time left. Naraku looked down at his feet. Kenroji Mitsuri, or rather she who is transforming into a demon, but the frequency of the trembling had decreased, the painful groans had become weaker, and the abnormal bluish seemed to be slowly fading, replaced by an unusual pallor. Only the wound at the severed arm was still slowly crawling and healing, much slower than when it was actually wounded. Naraku first went to the place where the battle had taken place. With his extraordinary memory and senses, he quickly found the muscular arm of the love pillar that had been thrown far away in the dense forest outside the village, as well as the specially made Nichiren blade with a pink heart-shaped blade. Picking up the severed arm and the Nichiren blade, Naraku could sense that the remaining life force in the severed arm had almost completely dissipated. He wrapped the severed arm in the extra blood-stained satin, sealed them, and isolated their aura before returning to Kenroji Mitsuri's side. He bent down and picked up the woman, who was still in a semi-conscious state, and whose transformation was complete. Her body was heavier than it appeared, her muscles were firm, and it was hot at the moment, the residual warmth from the intense effects of the ghost blood within her. Ga. A dark red raven of exceptionally large size, with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters, swooped down from the sky and landed steadily on Naraku. Lightly leaped onto the broad back of the crow. "Let's go," he ordered. Ga. The giant raven gave a short, sharp report, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its massive body soared into the air and quickly merged into the dark night sky, flying towards a hidden stronghold deep in the mountains that Naraku had pre-planned. Below him, the ruins of the sword-forging village rapidly shrank in his field of vision, eventually being swallowed up by the mountains and the night. High altitude. Naraku in his arms, whose transformation was still irreversible, feeling the newfound power within him. His gaze drifted into the deep darkness in the distance and his thoughts wandered away. Next step. How should we handle this newbie? The night wind howled, and the crows carrying the ghost and the half-ghost disappeared into the vast darkness. Naraku chose a secluded cave deep in the mountains, which he modified and a giant crow landed at the cave entrance, and Naraku carried Kenroji Mitsuri, who was still undergoing transformation, into paces, leaned against the cave wall, quietly. Moonlight seeped in through the cracks in the cave entrance, barely illuminating the interior. The ground was still convulsing unconsciously, emitting suppressed, beast-like growls from her throat. The bluish-black blood vessels under the skin appear and disappear intermittently, and occasionally tiny bone spurs pierce the skin at the joints. The muscles and bones at the severed arm were steadily wriggling. A faint smell of blood and a strange odor of life yet tinged with decay filled the air. Why hasn't things stabilized yet after so long? Naraku frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in his mind. I remember when I was transformed by Musen. It wasn't this grueling, or is it that the pillar's physical strength and willpower are too strong, making the transformation process more intense and lengthy? I recall the moment he just injected demon blood into her dying body in the village of Sword Forging. Besides injecting her with ghost blood, using the combination of the whispers and modified her subconscious at the moment when her consciousness was most scattered, and her soul and body were on the verge of collapse. This was not a brutal brainwashing or personality. It was not his intention. But rather, like the most precise neurosurgery, several key psychological anchors and thought programs were implanted deep within her consciousness. Mental protection against Musen. A powerful mind firewall core program ensures that after her transformation, Musen Kibitsuji cannot directly read her true thoughts, preserving her original personality core and protecting her core to the greatest extent possible. Several key, strong subconscious prohibitions were set up. Any thought or action that attempts to directly and severely harm Naraku will trigger intense mental discomfort and action blocking, making Naraku appear as a special protector. A source of new life, and the only being in the dark world who can understand or allow her to retain a part of herself. This loyalty is closer to a complex emotional dependence technique after becoming a demon. If she can, Would it be helpful for my research on the mechanisms of breathing techniques against demons, or even for trying to incorporate some principles of breathing techniques into blood demon arts? Naraku's thoughts wandered for a moment. Her initial affection for me is probably off the charts, right? But it's okay, I'll take it slow. Immediately, more practical wait, her personality, if she woke up to find herself a ghost, wouldn't her first reaction be to rush into suicide? With this in mind, Naraku felt it necessary to add another layer of protection. He stood still in the midst of painful transformation, squatted down, and gently pressed his right hand against her sweaty, burning forehead. His mental energy slowly extended once more, connecting with the previously implanted program. He wove a new, more direct safety valve. Prohibition of self-destruction and serious violations of course. Suicidal thoughts, especially or attempts to do something that seriously violates Naraku's interests, such as actively infecting or attempting to rescue a large number of humans and thus being exposed. This program will automatically activate distorting, transforming, or temporarily suppressing, turning them into other relatively harmless thoughts by mild mental warnings. That should be about right. After completing the setup, Naraku felt that his mental energy had been significantly depleted. He was about to withdraw to catch his breath. The person on the ground let out a groan much clearer than before. Their long eyelashes stained with blood and sweat a few times, and then they suddenly opened their eyes. The emerald green eyes remained the same. Lines had appeared around the edges of the pupils, with a faint dark red light flashing in the center. Bewildering. The first thing she saw was a few pale, slender fingers that were being moved away from her forehead. The thought had barely formed when his hand was completely removed and his vision became. She saw that face, handsome, pale, almost inhuman, with dark red pupils calmly staring at her, their edges burning with a cold, golden red flame. It's that demon, the Upper Moon Demon. He severely injured her, destroyed the sword-forging village, and even excruciating pain rushing back like a tidal wave. Extreme horror and hostility made her instinctive. Despite her weakness and unfamiliarity with coordination, she still assumed a defensive stance. Her right hand subconsciously reached for her waist. Then she realized that below my hand. She cried out, her voice hoarse and trembling, looking down at her empty right sleeve. And new skin had covered the wound. The emptiness and psychological impact of the missing part were incredibly strong. Then her memories returned. It was this ghost before her who had severed her arm with that terrifying sight. Anger, fear, and humiliation intertwined, almost making her lunge forward again. She seemed to have just remembered, and turned around in a calm tone, picking up a carefully wrapped in dark red blood-red satin from the corner behind him. He walked back, and under Mitsuri's surprised and uncertain gaze, he untied the blood-stained ribbon, revealing her arm underneath. A healthy-skinned, well-defined arm with even slightly curled fingers, alongside the pink heart-shaped iron blade. Here, I'll connect it for you, don't move. As Naraku spoke, he naturally took the severed arm, walked to her right, and gestured as if to reconnect the severed ends. Mitsuri completely crashed. His mind seemed to stop working. He just stared blankly as the other person held his severed arm and brought it close to his empty shoulder. The scene was too bizarre and absurd to process. So much so that when Naraku carefully aligned the cut on her severed arm with the cut on her shoulder, she couldn't make any move to dodge or resist. She just stood there stiffly, her emerald gold eyes wide open. A cool, sticky sensation came from her shoulder. It was the strange red substance, blood satin, that the other person had used to wrap her arm. Now it was wrapped around her shoulder, her severed arm as if it were alive, performing a tight bandage and fixation. Her voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to carry some strange power directly entering her mind. Mitsuri trembled, but because those words triggered a newly implanted program in her subconscious. An invisible sense of constraint came from the depths of her mind, instantly suppressing the thoughts of resistance. Truly becoming quiet, and she could only watch helplessly as everything unfolded. Immediately afterwards, she felt a tingling and slight stinging sensation at the point of contact. It wasn't the pain of a wound healing, but a deeper sensation. The feeling of cells and tissues growing, connecting, and repairing wildly under the impetus of some powerful force. The wrapped blood ribbon seemed to be constantly supplying trace amounts of Naraku's demon blood energy, accelerating the process. Visibly, the skin, muscles, blood vessels, nerves, and even bones at the site of the amputation are rapidly wriggling, extending, and fusing. The speed was astonishing, far exceeding human medicine. In just a few dozen breaths, and returned to Naraku. Her arm was now firmly reattached to her shoulder. Skin at the joint that was slightly lighter in color than the surrounding skin, and a slight sluggishness and unfamiliarity when moving the arm. This arm actually got back together. She tried to move her fingers. Stiff, it was definitely her own arm, and sensation was rapidly returning. This. Mitsuri raised her newly reattached right hand, held it in front of her eyes, and looked at it repeatedly, overwhelmed with shock. The idea of reattaching severed limbs is something even the pillars have never heard of. No, this isn't something a human could do. This is. I'm emanating from deep within the body, completely different from the past, and from the senses. My hearing and sense of smell seem I'm better adapted to the darkness, but I'm inexplicably faint longing for the nearby, which serve as my food supply. Like a cold, venomous Naraku took 2 steps back, drastically. She still had that honey-colored skin. The ends of her long, pinkish-green hair were tinged with a dark red, as if burned by flames. There were also a few barely perceptible strands of dark red highlights in her hair, resembling the color of Naraku hair. The significant change is in the eyes. The emerald green and the edges of the pupils burn with the same, but more dark patterns as Naraku. Her nails had grown longer and harder, and her skin appeared even whiter and more translucent in the moonlight, faintly shimmering with an inhuman luster. Her overall demeanor, which was originally lively and vivacious, now carried an indescribable eeriness and danger. You've become a ghost. Naraku gave a direct answer, his tone as calm as if the air seemed to freeze. A few seconds later, a suppressed scream, a mixture of anger, despair, and disbelief, nearly pierced Mitsuri's throat but ultimately turned into a trembling question. Why did you do this? Wouldn't it have been better to kill me? Naraku tilted his head slightly, his dark red eyes fixed on her. Do you really want to do this? Mitsuri's voice trembled, living. Naraku repeated the word, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. You hate demons, why? Because they indiscriminately kill innocents and eat humans. Because they are creatures of darkness, enemies of humanity. He paused, took a step closer, and lowered his voice, yet made it even clearer. Can demon and possess this power, how you act and what you do, at least within certain limits, remains partly in your own hands. Stunned, her emerald gold eyes filled with confusion and wariness. Perhaps I'm not yet completely free to choose my own path. There are too many constraints and things I must do. Naraku continued, his gaze seemingly passing over her and looking into the deep night outside the cave. However, under my protection, you at least have some right to choose. As long as you don't actively expose your abnormality, demon identity, you are still safe. Sanctuary choice. Mitsuri found these words utterly absurd. You're a demon, Musen's subordinate. You just destroyed the swordsmith village. And you're telling me this? Your current identity is that of my emphasized. Furthermore, I have already placed protection on you. Musen Kibitsuji cannot read your true thoughts. As long as you are not foolish enough to wear your abnormality on your sleeve, and even most of your values just as before. Mickey's pupils contracted sharply. The information in the first half of the sentence struck her first. Musen can read the thoughts of his demon subordinates. This is an internal demon secret that she, as a pillar, had never known or imagined. A chill ran down his spine. If this were true, wouldn't all demons have no secrets from Musen? This kind of control was terrifying. Then the meaning of the second half of the sentence struck her even more violently, albeit a moment later. Wait. He said he set up a protective barrier for me. He can stop music. Even surpassed that of the former. Could a demon resist Muzin's will? In her understanding, this was almost... Who exactly is this upper moon demon before us? What abilities and secrets does he possess? What is his purpose in doing all this? Shock, doubt, and a hint of fear of being drawn into a deeper secret filled her emerald gold eyes with indescribable complex emotions. You can do what you want, provided, of course, that you play the role of a ghost well. Naraku's tone turned cold. Don't even think about killing other demons or trying to save people and expose yourself. It's pointless. It will only hasten your death and drag me down, causing the tiny bit of abnormal space we've managed to gain to vanish completely. As for cannibalism, Naraku, she instinctively clutched at her stomach. You only need to ingest enough blood to maintain your survival and strength. If you can't accept attacking humans, perhaps we can consider exchange. Some people are struggling to survive. You can exchange food, clothing, money, or even just protection for some blood they voluntarily offer. This is far less harmful than a direct attack, and it's also more civilized. If you feel guilty, you can even use your power to do something beneficial for humanity, secretly, of course. I think clothing, or even a safe environment for regular and adequate blood donations. This series of words contained a huge amount of information Mitsuri's understanding. She stood there, her mind racing, processing these subversive statements. The upper moon demon before her, his actions, his words, the information he conveyed, completely contradicted her understanding of demons. He even seemed to be teaching her how to maintain as much as possible while being a ghost. Confusion surged within her. She looked intently at Naraku, trying to see right through him. Who exactly are you? Her voice was hoarse. How did you do all this? You're not on Muzin's side, are you? Naraku looked into her eyes, which held a complex expression, as if she were grasping at a fragile spider's thread in the abyss of despair. He suddenly smiled softly, a smile tinged with weariness and an indescribable meaning. You're asking too many questions. Entrance bent down and picked up her Nikarin blade from the ground, then casually tossed it behind him. Mitsuri instinctively caught it with her newly down her spine. Now you're used to your new Naraku, his back to her, spoke from the cave entrance, the rest slowly, or when he made himself worthy of knowing him. He paused as if he had thought of something and tilted his head slightly. The moonlight outlined the handsome yet somewhat aloof profile of his face. Furthermore, his voice was clear and calm in the night. Ghosts, especially those who need to conceal their special characteristics, a name can your name, like mine, will be without a surname. My name is Naraku, and your name will be Mitsuri. After saying that, he didn't linger and walked straight out of the cave, his figure completely blending into the shadows and nighttime forest outside. Kenroji Mitsuri? No, perhaps she should be called Mitsuri now. Standing still, he gripped his Nikarin blade tightly in one hand, while stroking his newly attached arm with the other. Naraku's last words lingered in her mind, removing the surname Ganlu Temple and keeping only but more like a metaphor, a ritual implication that she and he are quietly bound together under some special connection. Who is she? Kenroji Mitsuri, the love pillar, or a newly born demon named Mitsuri? He hesitated for a moment, looking at the deep darkness outside the cave, then looked down at the Nikarin blade in his hand. This weapon, once used to slay demons, now rests in the hands of a demon. A poignant irony that seems to be her only remaining fragile connection to the world of the past. Finally, she gritted her teeth, took some still unfamiliar steps, and struggled to catch up with the figure who had dragged her into the abyss. Under the moonlight, dense forests. The mountains and forests outside the cave were shrouded in the deepest darkness before dawn, the air filled with damp, cold mist and the scent of vegetation. On the eastern horizon, a faint sliver of bluish-gray was already peeking through, foreshadowing the end of the long night and the approach of daylight. Naraku stood at the cave entrance, looked up at the sky, and frowned almost imperceptibly. It's almost dawn. Its enhanced dark vision ability, and was looking around at the deep night with some confusion. Although her aura has stabilized within the demon category, its strength is far inferior to that of an upper moon demon, and may even be weaker than some senior lower moon demons. After all, the transformation time is still short, and she herself, as a human, has not yet found a point of convergence with the demonic power into my head uncontrollably. Possess the same properties as me, such as resistance to sunlight. The idea was incredibly tempting. If the ghost he transformed could also inherit some of the sunlight, the implications would be enormous. But he immediately suppressed this dangerous thought. No, I absolutely cannot test this, at least not now. Naraku silently warned himself. His sunlight resistance is one of his most closely guarded secrets, known only to himself. This could be his unexpected lifeline, or even other desperate situations. The case of a subordinate transformed under Musen's very nose is too risky and could very likely attract attention. Besides, even if I were to test it, it absolutely couldn't be done near me, and certainly not in the sight of any living creature. The risks are uncontrollable. He completely abandoned conjecture right now. Gah. A deep, dark red raven with a wingspan of over 3 meters glided down from the treetops, creating a gust of wind, and landed steadily on the open ground in front of the two. It folded its dark red. Startled by the sudden appearance of this enormous creature, Millie took a half step back, a hint of curiosity flashing in her emerald gold eyes. She had seen ravens when she was human, but this was the first time with such eerie colors and an aura more like a ghost than an ordinary bird. Get it? Succinctly, and took the lead by leaping lightly onto the crow's broad back, which was covered with fine, stiff feathers. The height of nearly 2 meters above the ground, and the crow's obviously unnatural size. But Naraku didn't urge her, he just watched her quietly. Ultimately, the helplessness in the face of the current situation, a lingering sense of obedience, and a deep-seated unwillingness to show weakness made her take a deep breath, and, imitating Naraku, leap upwards with and underestimated the increased leg strength she gained after becoming a demon. Not only did but she almost fell on the other side due to excessive force. Fortunately, the crow seemed to receive a command and slightly adjusted her balance, allowing her to stagger back. In a skin color after her demon transformation made the blush less noticeable. Naraku glanced at her face. As expected, she still needs time to adjust. Sit tight, he casually reminded her, a thought flashing through his mind. The giant raven gave a short, sharp reply. Its wings suddenly spread wide and it flapped them forcefully. A strong gust of air rushed towards her. A few particularly thick and stiff feathers from the crow's back. The next sense of weightlessness came over me. The ground rapidly receded and shrank in my field of vision. The trees turned into blurry dark green shadows, and the cave quickly disappeared into the forest below. They took off and at an incredible speed. A biting wind from high above instantly enveloped her, whipping her pinkish-green hair with dark red streaks into a fluttering motion and causing her clothes to rustle wildly. She had never had such an experience before. As a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, she possesses exceptional lightness skills, enabling her to move at high speeds through forests and on rooftops. However, that kind of flying is completely different from the feeling of truly soaring hundreds of meters. The initial panic subsided, an unprecedented sense of novelty and excitement surged up. She couldn't help but lean slightly forward to look down. Mountains, rivers, forests, fields. In the gradually brightening dawn presented a vast and tranquil magnificence, making everything seem so small. The rhythmic flapping of the crow's wings provided a steady lift and speed. The whistling wind filled the air. The view was so expansive it seemed to have no boundaries. So high, so like to fly. A glimmer of light unconsciously appeared in her emerald gold eyes. She tapped her body, the dramatic change in her identity, and the uncertainty about her future, immersing herself in the shock of this first experience. Even more subtly, Naraku sat a little distance in front of her with his back to her, but his powerful senses allowed him to see Mitsuri's reactions clearly. Sensing that fleeting glimpse of Kanroji Mitsuri's nature, a simple curiosity and a touch of excitement towards new things that was part of her personality, Naraku felt a complex mix of emotions. This girl is really thick-skinned. Temporarily distracted by such a simple experience even under extreme shock. However, this may not necessarily be a bad thing. This resilience may help her better navigate the initial adjustment period. The crow flew steadily in the direction Naraku had predetermined. After flying for about 15 minutes, the sky actually turned into a pale white, slightly recovering from the initial. She looked at Naraku's straight but somewhat lonely back ahead, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Where? Where are we going?" Her voice was somewhat muffled by the wind. Naraku didn't turn around, his voice came clearly, calm yet carrying. Words completely stunned Miri, her heart feeling as if it had been gently bumped by something. Home? Do ghosts have homes too? In her mind, ghosts were monsters that roamed the darkness, dwelling in abandoned houses, caves, deep forests, or eerie spaces like the Infinite City. But the word home never seemed to be associated with ghosts. Home signifies belonging, warmth, shelter, and connection. And bring fear and death. Almost instinctively, she turned her gaze to the profile in front of her. As dawn broke, the light shone the silver rim on his pale skin and dark red hair. She heard the word home, yet incredibly genuine smile appear on that face that was usually cold, faint and fleeting, yet it seemed to contain something. Gray, but a gentle happiness that naturally a particular place or a particular person. This discovery stirred up waves in Mitsuri's heart more violently than the cold wind at high altitude. He was very happy. When he talked about home, this home is very important. So important that it could make such a powerful, cold this guy, he's really unlike anyone I know. The deeply ingrained belief that ghosts are monsters devoid of humanity, driven only by hunger and destructive desires, was violently shaken at this moment. The Naraku before us, his actions and words, all silently speak of his complex emotions, his cherished attachments, and his own bonds and place of belonging. If ghosts also have feelings, a dangerous and subversive thought began to swirl in her mind. Then what exactly is the difference between them and humans? Is it merely a difference in food and ways of survival? Isn't it more like a war between two different races, two different rather than a simple justice triumphing over evil? No, you can't think like that. A thought that made her feel uneasy and betrayed. An extremely rare exception. The vast majority of the evil spirits I've seen and slain were mindless monsters who indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent and took pleasure in tormenting humans. They had no emotions whatsoever. They were calamities that had to be eradicated. But this retreating figure ahead, a complex mix of emotions swirling within her. In the gradually brightening light, peaceful and lonely, both mysterious and as if carrying many untold stories and burdens. Overwhelmed with complex emotions, Mitsuri fell into a deep silence. She gripped her Nichiren blade tightly, the cold touch of the blade a reminder of her past, while the unfamiliar power flowing within her and the guide ahead who overturned her understanding of the world cast her into a future shrouded. The giant raven, carrying demons each with their own agendas, continued its steady flight towards a place Naraku called home. On the horizon, the first true rays of dawn are about to pierce the clouds. Yashiwara, deep within the city walls, is the house of Princess Warabi. The lazy afternoon light filtered through the delicate window panes, casting dappled shadows on the curtain. The room was filled with the fragrance of incense and lavishly furnished. Daki was dressed in an elaborate dark red kimono with gold patterns, but she was spread out on a tatami mat covered with thick brocade, completely lacking any dignity. A strand of black hair was twirled between her fingertips, while the index finger of her other hand was idly poking at a small crow. no bigger than a palm, with dark red feathers and exceptionally bright, even with a hint of anthropomorphic helplessness, eyes. This little crow was specially made by Naraku before he left. It looks exactly like a miniature version of Daki. Gum. The little crow letting out short, helpless cries, flapping its little wings to try to maintain its balance, but not daring to actually. Why aren't they back yet? The princess pouted her red lips slightly, her beautiful face full of impatience and a hint of worry that she herself was unaware of. It's been 2 days. He said he was going on a mission, but I haven't heard a word from him. That idiot, could he have run into some trouble? Humph, when he gets back, I'll make him pay. I'll make him come with me to see the latest silks, buy the most expensive jewelry, and also. She was fiercely listing punishments for the little crow when a familiar voice, tinged with a faint smile, suddenly came from the hallway outside. Oh, how do you want me to look good? The sound was not loud, but it was incredibly clear. Daki froze, her fingertips. She sat up abruptly, her beautiful face momentarily stunned, then filled with immense joy. Her dark red eyes lit up instantly, as if they had been filled with stars. Almost instinctively, like a typical courtesan, she sprang up from the couch in a flash. Without even bothering to put on her wooden clogs properly, her bare, snow-white feet rushed to the door, yanking open the elegant sliding door. Standing under the eaves outside the door was the figure she had been talking about for 2 days. He still possessed that handsome yet eerie appearance, burning at the edges of his dark red pupils. He was travel-worn, yet his expression was serene. He looked at her face, which was a bit of grievance and reproach, and the smile in his eyes deepened. However, Daki's gaze froze instantly, the surprise on her face slightly diminished, and her dark red eyes sharply turned towards what was behind Naraku. There stood a strange woman. Her long, pale green hair was tinged with dark ends, her skin was pale, and her figure was dark red blood, and held a nikkar that looked extraordinary in her face. She was incredibly beautiful, and most importantly, the aura she exuded was ghostly. Although the intensity seems somewhat unstable, it is definitely the aura of a demon. A beautiful, unfamiliar female ghost was brought back by Naraku. Instantly, alarm bells rang in Daki's mind, and a surge of territoriality, possessiveness, and inexplicable hostility. She raised her chin, her beautiful face taking on the condescending scrutiny and a hint of coldness characteristic of a courtesan. Her voice her gaze was fixed on Mitsuri, holding the Nichiren blade in her face. Naraku was taken aback first, then he understood what was going on, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. He stepped forward and naturally reached out to gently ruffle the hair on Daki's ornately styled head, a gesture he performed with exceptional skill, completely disregarding his dignified appearance at that moment. What are you thinking? Naraku's voice subordinate I just recruited. I can't stay all alone, can I? Isn't it normal to have someone to run errands for me? Subordinates? Daki was slightly comforted by his affectionate gestures and explanations, but her gaze remained scrutinizing as she looked Mitsuri up and down. When her gaze swept over the obvious remnants of the Demon Slayer Corps, destroy insignia on Mitsuri's glory, and the shaped pink blade, her pupils suddenly contracted. She jerked her head up, looking at Naraku, her voice filled with genuine astonishment. You turned a comprehension. As the sixth upper moon, she and her brother Jutaro had killed several pillars, but they never thought of turning the pillars into demons. Firstly, the stronger their resistance to the corruption of ghost blood will be, resulting in an extremely low success rate of conversion. Aside from Muzan himself taking action, the results of these upper moon attempts were mostly that the target either died directly from the intense rejection or turned into a mindless monster. Secondly, Pillar's hatred for demons is ingrained in his bones, making it almost impossible to converting him while he is near death. And he even brought the person back unharmed. Yes, I encountered him in the sword-forging village. The mission is complete. The village has been completely destroyed. Naraku nodded, confirming her guess. How did you do that? Daki was even more astonished, forgetting her earlier slight annoyance, and asked curiously. This was simply unheard of. Naraku looked at her beautiful eyes, which whitened slightly in surprise, and a faint, slightly smug smile on his lips, but his I'm stronger, ha! Upon hearing this, Daki immediately became displeased. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed, and she clenched her small fist, punching Naraku in the chest. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm weak? I'm the one who always protected you. Without me, you would have been bullied and eaten by other demons long ago. Her fetish, bringing up old grievances, almost made Naraku's eyes overflow with laughter. He seized the wrist of her with slight force and coaxed her in a little voice. All right, yes, Miss Warren. I've always been grateful for her protection. His warm breath brushed against my ear, his hand gripped my wrist tightly, a slightly chilly scent. Daki's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, her earlier arrogance vanishing almost entirely. She still stubbornly insisted, HMPH, good that you know, let go. That's what they said, but they didn't have much strength to break free. The two's intimate interaction, oblivious to everyone else, stunned Millie, who was standing slightly agape, and the grip on her Nikarin blade loosened. Is this really a demon? Is it the powerful Upper Moon 5 who almost killed me and turned me into a demon? This stunningly beautiful, uniquely elegant, and gorgeously dressed courtesan she and Naraku. Wait, Naraku. She looks like a human. A shocking conjecture. A love story between a human and a demon. That Upper Moon demon and a human courtesan. This is even more bizarre than ghosts eating people. In her mind, even feelings of doting independence. This human woman facing an Upper Moon showed no fear. Instead, she complained coquettishly and acted affectionately. This completely overturned her expectations. The story began to uncontrollably unfold in her mind, making her heart race. She felt a forbidden relationship and an indescribable curiosity, even a secret stirring within her. Displeasure rang out from the shadows on the other side of the room, shattering the romantic atmosphere in the hallway. Oh, you're back. Congratulations on completing the mission. As the voice spoke, a tall, thin male ghost, Jutaro with pale skin striking black spots on his face and body, and a gloomy yet sharp demeanor strolled out. His wrist, before glancing at Mitsuri behind him, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. All right. Jutaro's tone sounded very polite, even a bit like a host welcoming a guest. But anyone could see that his eyes, Naraku and his veins were throbbing on his forehead, and the oppressive aura emanating from him, the temperature in the corridor seemed to... Of course, noticed the palpable death stare emanating from his brother-in-law. But instead of letting go of Daki's hand, he acted as if he hadn't seen it at all, naturally interlocking his fingers with Daki's. And then, leaving the still blushing, now slightly embarrassed Daki, he led her into the house, nodding. Okay, brother-in-law. This time, the veins on Jutaro's forehead. His fists were clenched so tightly they were cracking, and his face was even darker. He felt that sooner or later this brat would drive him crazy. Who's your brother-in-law? Who are you calling brother-in-law? While it might seem not wrong in a certain sense, but this jerk's attitude is just too infuriating. Daki blushed furiously at Naraku calling her brother-in-law, partly out of embarrassment and partly out of amusement at his audacity. Didn't he see his brother was practically fuming? But she also felt a strange sweetness in her heart, so she could only pretend to be angry and glare at Naraku, muttering under her breath, Who told you to call me that? But she held his hand even tighter. Naraku Mitsuri, who was frozen in place. It seemed as if he had just remembered that there was such a person. He turned around, looked at Millie, who was still in a daze and whose computer was still down, and called out, What are you standing there for? Come in. Mitsuri snapped out of her daze and quickly replied, Yes. Holding her Nikarin blade, she followed him inside, The place, the atmosphere, the complex relationships between the people around her all made her feel incredibly awkward. He seemed to think for a moment, then stopped and raised his hand again. Dark red blood gathered and transformed. Another palm-sized, specially made little raven with dark red feathers and lively eyes was created. Its shape was slightly different from that of Daki's, but it was obviously from the same source. Miri hesitated before taking it. The little crow twitched in her palm, tilting its head and looking at her with its dark red, beady eyes. I don't completely trust you yet. Naraku's voice returned to its usual calm, carrying an undeniable air. To prevent you from doing anything foolish that would implicate everyone, it is your watcher. Everything you see and hear, I can know through it if I want. But similarly, Naraku added, it also represents my mark and a certain degree of protection. If you encounter danger you can't handle, or if your identity is at risk of being exposed, you can contact me in an emergency through it, provided, of course, that you haven't violated my own. His dark red eyes stared directly into the honey green eyes. Remember, dangers yourself, exposes your abnormality. I will know immediately and I will kill you immediately. Mitsuri felt a chill rise up her spine. She had no doubt that the ghost before her could do it and was determined to do it. With mixed feelings, she nodded. Turning the hand over, the little crow fluttered up from her palm, circled twice above her head, and then it landed steadily and comfortably in the very center of her pinkish-green hair. Mitsuri. She instinctively reached out to brush it away, but the little crow nimbly dodged and moved to another spot, though it was still above her head. Dive again, dodge again. Finally, the little crow seemed to have identified itself, standing steadily and even letting out a triumphant call as it declared sovereignty. A small well-shape appeared immediately. The emerald gold eyes were filled with displeasure and helplessness. This crow, standing on my head, it's heavy and it's so weird. But seeing that no one into the inner room with Daki and Jutaro, this little crow, which looked like a follow along, feeling incredibly complicated and frustrated. Inside the room, one could faintly hear Daki's soft, amused complaint. Why do you always make your brother angry? And Naraku's low response and Jutaro's Mitsuri stroked the fluffy, warm, monitoring crow on her head, whose relationship was subtle yet close and sighed deeply. Know my new life. Belike, the ornate doors closed gently before her, shutting out the faint sounds of conversation from inside, as well as the complex family atmosphere that made Mitsuri's head spin. She stood alone in the spacious yet quiet living room, or rather, the outer room that the courtesan Warabeheim used to receive important guests, feeling somewhat a faint, expensive scent of incense belonging to Daki, mixed with Naraku's chilling aura and the subtle gloom emanating from Jutaro. Mitsuri hugged her Nichiren blade, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the familiar rope pattern on the hilt, the most solid connection to the past world. The brief yet information-packed scene from just now kept that woman, breathtakingly beautiful, with a Mitsuri genuinely believed she was human, a high-ranking courtesan in the Yashiwara pleasure quarters. Her appearance, her clothes, the vibrant emotions she exuded, despite their hostility and scrutiny. All of these are far removed from the image of Ghost in Mitsuri's mind. With obvious inhuman features that she realized, through their conversation and interaction, that she was horrified. Warabeheim is also a demon. Moreover, she seems to have a very close relationship with Naraku, so close that even she, as an observer, felt her cheeks burning. I was the one who always protected you. Without me, you would have been bullied and eaten by other ghosts long ago. Daheim's words, tinged with coquettish complaint, were like a pebble thrown into a still lake, creating ripples in the water. Protection. Mentioned eating. These keywords taken together point to a conjecture that makes Mitsuri's heart race. Naraku. Was he once human too? Once the thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. A past life that was once human, perhaps weak. Protection of this beautiful female ghost for survival, yet ultimately transformed into the powerful upper moon she is today. What story lies behind this? Was it voluntary transformation? A seemingly cold and powerful figure, does a hidden past and struggle also lurk? This conjecture, intertwined with the undeniably intimate interactions between Naraku and Daki that she had witnessed firsthand, once again violently challenged her preconceived notions about demons. It has flesh and blood, joy and sorrow, bonds and concerns, and even Such sweet and real emotions. Is this really a ghost? Isn't this the kind of sweet romance I used to yearn for, the kind that ordinary girls dream of? In just one day from the death of the sword-forging village, the near-death despair, the bizarre transformation, to witnessing this everyday life that is completely beyond imagination. A deluge of contradictory emotions, leaving her feeling dizzy and exhausted. My brain feels like an overloaded machine, unable to process everything. She even needed to lean on the ornate low table inlaid with mother-of-pearl to steady her somewhat weak body. No, this mess can't go on. Mitsuri took a few deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down. Her gaze involuntarily fell on the top of her head. The little dark red raven was still standing there steadily, as if it had become part of her hairstyle. Well, she sighed helplessly, waved her hand above her head, and complained softly, "Could you please get down?" Standing on my head, it's weird. Surprisingly, it seemed to have taken root in its nest, actually stirred upon hearing her words. It tilted its little head, its dark red beady eyes looked at her, then fluttered its wings and flew down lightly, landing in the palm of her outstretched hand. A warm and light touch came from my palm, the feathers were smooth. The little crow folded its wings, stood quietly, and looked up at her, its appearance even somewhat docile. Millie was somewhat surprised and curious. She extended the index finger of her other hand and carefully, very gently, touched the little crow's head. The little crow didn't flinch. Her feeling sent a slight shiver down her spine, like she couldn't help but think of the Kassegai crow that accompanied her when she was still the lovely. It was a very ordinary raven, with jet black feathers and a loud caw, responsible for relaying headquarters orders and intelligence. But it was also a very intelligent raven. When she was feeling down because of her large appetite and repeated failures in blind dates, it leaned on her shoulder and gently combed her hair with its beak. It usually doesn't taste very good. She goes on and fly around her twice, as if wishing her a safe journey. That was one of the few warm and simple companionships in her monotonous, stressful, and often self-doubting life as a pillar. She named the jay Machi. Miri murmured the name, a hint of nostalgia and a touch of sadness flashing in her emerald gold eyes. Zio-Nyu. Her name, as soft and white as a glutinous rice ball, is carries her longing for an ordinary, sweet life. What happened to Zio-Nyu after she died and became a ghost? Will headquarters find her? The rock who had given her seemed to sense her low spirits. Its head and made a soft cooing sound, more like a pigeon than a crow. Mitsuri looked down, a complex mix of emotions inside her. This little crow was a monitor, a constraint, a symbol reminding her of her current awkward situation. But its well-behaved and human-like behavior at this moment inexplicably memories of the warm companionship she had received in the past. Do you have a heart? But of course she received no answer. I should give you a name. This thought came to mind naturally. Since you're going to bring it along, it would be strange to keep calling out monitoring all the time. Moreover, giving it a name seems to somehow make this cold surveillance tool a tiny bit warmer, even if it's just a form of self-comfort. She carefully examined the little creature in her palm. The dark red feathers gleamed faintly in the indoor light, like congealed blood or the glow of the evening sun. His eyes were a dark red, bright, with a sense of intelligence. Dark his thoughts involuntarily gravitated towards the sweet thing she liked, maple syrup. It's sweet and the color is similar. It's decided, she whispered to the little crow as if syrup, even though you're here to spy on me. At least a sweeter name. Little crow, perhaps it should be called maple syrup now. Seemingly understanding, or perhaps just a programmed reaction, it let out a soft caw, flapped its wings, and flew away from her palm. This time, instead of landing on her head, it settled on her shoulder, found a comfortable spot, and quietly crouched down. Feeling the warm weight on her shoulder, to the edge of the living room, where there was a letting the cool evening breeze blow in. Outside the window is a meticulously maintained courtyard, with artificial hills and flowing water, and maple leaves turning slightly red. The afterglow of the setting sun gilded everything, creating an unreal tranquility. She leaned against the window, unconsciously stroking the maple syrup feathers on her shoulder with one hand, while clutching her Nichiren blade. Complex and lost. Has my past ended with the death of Kenroji Mitsuri? Am I now, as a newly born demon named Mitsuri, struggling to survive in this dark world full of mysteries and mind-blowing challenges? And where will my future lead? The maple syrup on my shoulder quietly. The last rays of the setting sun stretched the shadows of the leaves outside the window long. I felt lonely. The atmosphere inside the room was originally somewhat ambiguous, to Naraku's return and his intimate interactions with Daki. The incense wafted gently, the cushions and Daki had even habitually leaned against Naraku, her fingers idly playing with the ends of his dark red hair, her face still flushed and tinged with a hint of smugness. Although Jutaro still had a sour face and sat in a corner a little further away, his eyes occasionally darting towards Naraku like knives, he at least his sister was in a good mood and didn't want to was shattered by a sudden, abrupt remark from Jutaro, 3 days later. His voice was low, and his tone was as if he were simply stating the weather, yet it made the air in the room momentarily freeze. Daki stopped playing with her hair, and the smile on her face vanished as quickly as the tide receded. Sadness and reluctance in her dark red eyes. He frowned as well. He knew perfectly well what Jutaro was talking about. Upper moon demons, especially newly promoted ones, usually do not stay in the fixed territories of for long like Yashiwara. This is both a rule tacitly approved by music to avoid unnecessary power struggles, and a kind of free range and test for the new upper moons. You need to find, establish, and demonstrate their ability to survive and expand independently. Because Naraku's and his strength had increased rapidly, coupled with his special relationship with Daki, he was allowed to stay in But this vacation is clearly time-limited. Jutaro, as one of the facto controllers here, is reminding him that time is running out. You have 3 days left. You need to leave here and find a place that suits you. Jutaro looked at Naraku with bloodshot eyes, his tone still devoid of emotion, but the meaning behind his words was clear. Where to go? Naraku hesitated for a moment. He's been either adapting to his new powers and doing Daki, hasn't really thought about settling down in detail. Life in the Demon Slayer core world isn't particularly big, but it's also quite small. Places suitable but they must also meet the needs and requirements of an upper moon demon. Sufficient secrecy. However, considering factors such as the need for secrecy in experiments involving sunlight, potential future developments, etc., careful selection is indeed necessary. I haven't completely decided yet, Naraku said, gently patting Daki's hand that was clutching first, see what's going on, and then slowly choose a suitable place. Looking up, he saw that her beautiful face was filled with unhappiness, her lips slightly pouting, like a child who had been told that her beloved toy was going to be taken away. Naraku felt a surge of warmth in his heart, softened his voice, and whispered close to her ear, "Don't worry, don't you still have the pot I gave you?" He was referring to the coordinates embedded in the end of the white jade hairpin belonging to Daki. "As long as I'm not busy over there and everything's settled, I can come see you anytime through it. Or if you miss me, you can have the crow tell me that I'll come see you when I have time. Distance isn't a problem." Upon hearing pot and you can come anytime, Daki's eyes lit up again. Gave her. "Although we can't be together every day, it's much more convenient to see each other when we want to than before when we could only wait or rely on luck to bump into each other. Thinking about it this way, separation doesn't seem so unbearable anymore. HMPH, at least you still have some conscience." She snorted, but her tone had softened. She leaned back on Naraku's shoulder and her face regained its radiance. Jutaro's lips twitched almost imperceptibly as he that brat, he's got a real knack for sweet talk. However, he also knew the convenience of that. Quite a few problems, which reassured him a little bit, really just a little bit. "I still suggest you find a permanent location as soon as possible." Jutaro spoke again, this time with must be secluded and safe. Ideally, you should also have some suitable subordinates. They don't need to be extremely powerful, but they can help you handle miscellaneous tasks, gather intelligence, and guard the territory, saving you a lot of unnecessary trouble. He gave an example. Like here, Daki gathered some former courtesans who had been transformed into demons. Although she also retained some absolutely loyal human subordinates who knew the inside story and helped her manage the public affairs of her pleasure quarters, passing on messages. The same principle applies to Upper Moon 2 Damaz Eternal Paradise Cult. Having a fixed base of supports makes things much easier. Naraku nodded, this time genuinely. Yes, that makes sense. If I find a suitable having one's own power base can indeed be covering operations, acquiring resources, or planning for the future. Seeing that Naraku had taken his words to heart, Jutero's expression softened slightly. It changed from black at the bottom of the pot to dark. Suddenly changed the subject, his face showing an almost innocent expression of curiosity as he looked at him and asked, "So, brother-in-law, you're being so considerate of me. Does that mean you've finally accepted me, Jutero?" The air seemed to freeze again. Daki, on Jutero's already pale face, instantly turned black and smooth, visible to the naked eye. His expression, which had just begun to ease, which had just calmed down a little, started throbbing wildly, as if they were about to burst at any moment. His bloodshot eyes stared intently at Naraku with a mixture of murderous intent. "How dare you? Who approves of you? I just don't want my sister's future." "Ah, who cares? Sad. You greedy bee asterisk asterisk asterisk." The atmosphere around him almost solidified into a tangible. He seemed completely oblivious to the murderous glare in the other's eyes, and continued in a casual tone, as if discussing what to have for dinner. "Look, we're all family now, and our relationship is strong enough. So tonight..." Before Naraku could finish speaking, Jutero's pent-up anger shook the candlelight in the room. He almost lost control of his pair of blood sides and chopped this B asterisk 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 D into mincemeat on the spot. "Brother." Daki turned pale with fright, quickly releasing Naraku's hand and rushing forward to grab her brother's arm, terrified he might actually attack. You calm down." At the same time she turned her head, her beautiful face flushed red, a mixture of shame, anger, and anxiety in her. "First, get some rest. Go quickly." As she spoke, she frantically gestured with her eyes. "Get out of here. Don't add fuel to the fire. My brother might really kill you." Naraku looked at Jutero, who was being held tightly by Daki and was as if he was about to have a stroke at any moment. Then he looked at Daki, whose face was flushed with anxiety, to stop while he was ahead, and nodded readily. Then, just as he turned to open the door and was about to step out with lightning speed, he turned back to the dark, brooding face inside and in a clear, emotion-filled voice shouted the final blow. "I'll be going now, brother-in-law." Bang. Naraku slammed the time, "Naraku, you damned be asterisk 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 D." Jutero's roar, a mix of madness, pierced through the thick door like a volcanic eruption, making the frame seem to vibrate and the entire room tremble. In the hallway outside, Naraku patted his chest, let out a long sigh, and a mischievous, triumphant smile appeared on his face. "Tusk, my brother-in-law's tolerance for stress needs improvement." He shook his head, turned around, and saw Mitsuri still standing by the living room window. She stroked the little crow on her shoulder, clearly startled by the sudden roar from inside the house. Mitsuri was immersed in the subtle sadness and confusion of naming her new partner, Maple Syrup, when she was startled by this earth-shattering shout. Maple Syrup on her shoulder, which had just been named, also flapped its wings in fright. She looked blankly at Naraku, who had suddenly rushed out, her emerald blue eyes filled with, "What happened?" In motion, Naraku didn't give her time to process the information. He strode over, grabbed her wrist, and said simply and clearly, "Let's go." Wait a minute, where are you going?" Millie stumbled as he pulled her, quickly clutching the knife tightly. Maple Syrup on her shoulder also grabbed her clothes to avoid being thrown off, her face full of question marks. "What's going on?" Everything was fine inside just a moment ago. How come there was suddenly lightning and thunder, and then this upper moon dragged her away like they were fleeing disaster? Naraku didn't stop, pulling her quickly through the ornate corridor. Without turning back, he offered a brief explanation, his tone still carrying a lingering smile. It's nothing, it's feverish, and I'm worried it might be contagious, so we need to make a strategic retreat. Mitsuri. Is the brother-in-law upset? A strategic retreat? She glanced back at the door, which seemed to still be trembling slightly, and from behind it she could faintly hear the angry mutterings of a gloomy male ghost, his voice carrying a low, oppressive aura. Although I couldn't hear the specifics, I had a very bad feeling about it. Mitsuri suddenly gained a completely new and profoundly impactful understanding of the daily lives of demons. This family's way of getting along is really unique. As Naraku pulled her along, she thought to herself with mixed feelings. On the shoulder seemed to have adapted to the sudden movement, squatting down steadily, its dark red beady eyes curiously looking left and right. The two figures quickly disappeared into the intricate shadows of the pleasure quarters, leaving behind only the upper moon six, still radiating a terrifyingly low pressure that kept strangers and even familiar ghosts at bay, inside that ornate house. And a certain courtesan's comforting voice, which was both exasperated and amused, tinged with a touch of sadness. Mitsuri away from the glamorous and turbulent heart of Yashiwara. The streets remained bustling at night, the lights and noise of the red light district prosperity, concealing the darkness and bloodshed beneath the scent of perfume. She followed closely behind, her wrist gripped tightly by Naraku, her gaze involuntarily drawn to the pale yet powerful hand that was pulling her along. This hand could easily pierce her chest, could conjure a side, and could also, just like before, stirred within her. The confusion about its own situation, the bewilderment about the contradictory existence of Naraku, the shock of witnessing the daily life of demons, and the unfamiliar emptiness that gradually becomes clear from the depths of one's body. It was a feeling that mixed physiological needs with a strange longing, like tiny insects gnawing at your stomach, or like some kind of primal call from your blood. She felt a dry throat, her lips. Finally, as they passed through a relatively quiet back alley, Mitsuri couldn't help but stop, gently tightening her wrist to signal Naraku. Dark red eyes appearing somewhat profound in the light. A complex expression appearing on her face. There was a hatred for having something to himself, a struggle with the inability to compromise with the identity of a ghost, and a trace of fear of what is about to happen. Her emerald gold eyes gleamed and she finally spoke softly. I feel. A little hungry. Saying those words seemed to have exhausted all her strength. The former love pillar of the demon craves food, which means is undoubtedly a tremendous humiliation and a collapse of his understanding. Upon hearing this, Naraku stopped completely in his tracks. He released Millie's wrist, turned around, and looked at her directly. The moonlight and the glow of distant lights outlined her tense profile and slightly trembling shoulders. He didn't speak immediately, but simply watched silently as her face showed a mixture of hatred, struggle, shame, and a hint of vulnerability. A few seconds of silence hung between, broken only by the wind instruments and the indistinct. Naraku broke the silence, his voice devoid of any discernible emotion. He didn't pull her any further, but simply gestured for her to follow, then turned and walked in another direction. A seemingly ordinary, even somewhat old townhouse. Naraku skillfully opened a hidden door that looked like a storage room, revealing a dark staircase leading downwards. A stench, a mixture of musty, damp, earthy smells, and a very faint but unmistakable odor of blood wafted from below. Millie's heart sank and she hesitated for a moment. Come down. Naraku's voice came from below, leaving no even though she knew it might be useless. Before me was a relatively spacious but dimly lit underground space. The walls were rough earth and stone, and several oil lamps emitting a dim yellow light hung in the air. Most striking are the rows of sturdy wooden-framed cells built along the walls. And in the prison cell, people are locked up. Most of them were young women dressed in rags with blank or terrified expressions. Some were huddled in corners while others stood outside the despair day after day. The air was thick with despair and deadly silence, broken only by the occasional suppressed sob or cough. This scene, like the cruelest painting, instantly shattered Mitsuri's psychological defenses. These people. She turned her head sharply, her emerald gold eyes blazing with fury, the most instinctive rage against injustice, of the cruelty inflicted upon humanity by a former. She almost forgot her current status and questioned Naraku sharply, her voice trembling with excitement. Naraku stopped and turned to look at her. His expression was in the dim light, but his voice was clear and calm, even carrying a hint of matter of fact. Yes, they're all food. He paused, then added, how did they get here? I don't know. Maybe they were obtained by Princess Fern's subordinates or maybe through some other means, but they're here now as a food reserve. You. Mitsuri trembled with rage, pointing at exchange something for blood, you said it. But I was talking about you. If you feel guilty, you can't accept attacking humans, blood through exchange. That's my suggestion, the path you can choose. His gaze met Mitsuri's furious eyes, but his words were cold and cruel. But I didn't say I would do that. I was telling you that you don't need to take their lives, because I only isn't necessary, but that doesn't mean I'm going to set rules for all ghosts, or impose my standards on others. His voice carried a hint of sternness. What you do is your own based on your own. Tell me what to do, understand? These words were like a bucket of ice water on Miri's burning, leaving her speechless for a moment. But her anger and grief surged even more fiercely. She opened her mouth, but found herself. Yes, he never promised himself to be a kind ghost, and he even frankly admitted his By what right does she expect an upper moon demon to show compassion and change the rules that are implicitly accepted? Naraku ignored Mitsuri's face, which was filled with a complex mix of anger, disappointment, and hatred. He resumed his steps, his tone returning to its previous calm, even slightly impatient tone. Don't waste time, come with me. He grabbed Marilyn's wrist again, this time with even greater force, not allowing her to break free. Forward, her gaze sweeping over the women in the cells on either side, who looked like lambs to the slaughter. She knew that she was a ghost herself, one of the objects of these women's fear, and this realization caused her immense suffering. When they reached a area, Naraku stopped. He released his Miri stubbornly turned her head away, gritting her teeth. I won't do such a thing. I won't be like you. Naraku's voice rang in her ear, carrying an almost seductive calmness. Or, to be more merciful, you can pick one here that you find pleasing to the eye as your personal reserve food. Miri's body trembled, and she looked at him in disbelief. From now on, they will receive far better treatment than here. A certain degree of freedom, as long as you are provided with regularly. Naraku continued, as if presenting a win-win deal. For them, this is actually a form of protection, because she belongs to you, and you won't let her lose her life and might even allow her to survive in this cruel place to live better than others. He paused, then, remembering Mitsuri's astonishing appetite, added, by the way, given your previous appetite, you might need to pick a couple more. That would be better for them, allowing them to take turns providing blood, reducing their burden, and helping them recover better. These words, like the whispers of the devil, struck precisely at Mitsuri's most conflicted and struggling weak spot. If she doesn't choose, what will be the final fate of these people? Will they be random Pharaoh's henchmen or other demons who come here to feed, drained of their blood, or even tortured to death and then devoured? Her anger just now seemed so pale and powerless in the face of reality. She can't save everyone, she can't even control her own destiny. But if she picked, at least those few she chose, could they survive or even live better lives? She only needs blood, she won't take their lives. Could this be considered a twisted form of salvation? Her gaze returned to the princess. Had empty, lifeless eyes, as if they had long given up hope, and they showed no reaction to Naraku's words. Especially a few who looked relatively young and whose eyes still held a trace of life and fear. Suddenly had a faint glimmer of hope in their eyes after hearing Naraku's words. Pleading, a yearning for survival, and a hint of resolute determination in entrusting one's fate to this strange female ghost. Under that heavy, almost tangible gaze, the scales in Mitsuri's heart finally tipped irrevocably. Her fingers trembled as she pointed to three of the youngest-looking women, those with the strongest will to survive in their eyes. Naraku glanced in the direction. Just then, Mitsuri's gaze was drawn to a unique corner deep within the dungeon, not a barred cell, but a simple yet sturdy wooden door like a small, secluded room. That. Mitsuri pointed there, somewhat puzzled. Naraku looked in the direction she was pointing, his expression unchanged, and simply said, "That's mine." Mitsuri instantly understood that was Naraku's exclusive. Stirred up a strange feeling in her heart that was hard to describe, overwhelmed by heavier emotions. At that moment in that small room, a woman leaning against the door, listening intently to the sounds outside, had a slight glimmer of light in her dim eyes when she heard Naraku say, strangely on her pale face, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up for a moment, as if she was somewhat happy. However, the two people outside the door did not notice these subtle changes. Then Naraku summoned a low-ranking demon servant who was in charge of guarding the dungeon and whose aura was weak, clearly a transformed demon. He instructed the servant to bring out the three women in their private rooms and prepare clean clothes and food for them. In Mitsuri, Naraku seemed to feel he should add something as well. He thought for a moment, then walked towards his small room. Opening the door, the was much better than the cell outside. There was a simple bed, a table, and chairs. A woman dressed in plain but old clothes was sitting on the edge. His movements swift and decisive. He grabbed. His strength was well controlled, not enough to cause any real harm, but enough to prevent her from resisting violently. He grabbed one of her arms with his other hand and lowered his head to bite her wrist. However unexpected, he's been submissive and almost unresponsive, suddenly struck. Wait a minute, Naraku paused, raising an eyebrow at her insistence. Wasn't he always like a block of wood? Why is he actually talking to me today? Mine, the injury on my wrist hasn't fully healed yet. The woman said timidly, raising the arm that had been grabbed. There was indeed a faint, newly healed pink scar around her wrist. Could we find a different spot? Upon hearing this, Naraku paused for a moment, then released his grip on her neck. Which one do you want to switch to? The woman seemed encouraged. An unnatural blush rose on her pale face. She hesitated for a moment, then raised her other hand, her slender fingers gently touching the artery on the side of her neck. Abyss. Looking into the woman's eyes, which held a mixture of timidity and expectation, he realized he was a brain scavenger. You're asking any more attention to this strange request. He grabbed her other intact arm, lowered his head, and his sharp canine teeth pierced her skin, warm blood instantly rushing into her throat. During the blood-sucking process, Naraku could feel the woman's body trembling slightly, but it wasn't her breathing became rapid, her cheeks grew increasingly red and even. A few extremely faint, indescribable sounds, as if she were suppressing something. What's going on? A strange feeling arose in Naraku's heart. He quickly replenished the required amount of blood, then looked up and released his grip. Two small dentition marks remained on the woman's wrist, but she leaned against the wall as if all her strength had left her, her cheeks flushed, her eyes glazed, and her chest heaving. Her condition did not look like the weakness that Naraku frowned, feeling a strange unease and confusion. He had no interest in delving into the psychological state of a human's food reserves. He casually wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, then turned to leave. A woman's soft yet strangely melodious voice came from behind. Naraku paused but did not turn around. The woman seemed to have mustered her courage and gently hugged his waist from behind. Can you let me stay with you forever? I will serve you well, I'll do anything. Naraku was completely stunned. He turned around and looked at the woman whose face was flushed and whose eyes held an unusual light, his brows furrowing even more. Is it because you're not used to the environment? Do you want to move? That was the only reason he could think of. No, that's not it. The woman quickly shook her head, her face flushing even more. The environment you provided, sir. Is excellent much better than before, Naraku interrupted her, his tone returning to its usual calm. Since the I might leave for somewhere else after a while. Then can I come with you? The woman asked eagerly. He wanted to continue this nonsensical conversation. He waved his hand, turned and walked out of the room, slamming the door shut behind him, shutting out the woman's unfinished words and her complicated gaze. Outside the door, it seemed that Mitsuri's meal had just ended. Naraku looked over and saw Mitsuri standing there in a daze, with the little crow maple syrup perched quietly on her shoulder. Her expression was complex and hard to describe. There was a hint of the instinctive satisfaction of eating and a flush of blood rising to her face, but it was quickly overshadowed by stronger feelings of annoyance, guilt, and self-loathing. She watched as a woman helped back to her room, her eyes filled with struggle. Upon seeing Naraku emerge, Mitsuri seemed to be startled awake, hastily averting her gaze and lowering her head. Naraku didn't say anything, only calmly stating. He glanced at the ghost servant standing respectfully to his side and instructed, "Arrange rooms for the three she chose and treat them as we agreed before." "Yes, Lord Naraku," the demon servant replied respectfully. Naraku didn't linger. He took Mitsuri, who was still in a daze and clearly struggling into it, and left the underground following the steps they had come from. Back in the crisp night air, took a deep breath, as if trying to expel all the stuff. She glanced back at the hidden entrance, then at Naraku walking ahead with his straight back. Her understanding of demons, her self-identity, and her uncertainty about the future became heavier than ever before. Meanwhile, Naraku was thinking about the unusual reaction of the food supplies in the room earlier, and the uncontrollable enjoyment while eating. How strong one's will when instinct and taste, craving for human blood strike, that momentary immersion cannot be faked. However, the road ahead is long, let's take it slow. In the darkness, the two walked silently, one after the other, toward the edge of Yashiwara, where Naraku had temporarily taken refuge in a secluded mansion. A new ghostly daily life quietly began on this night, filled with contradictions, compromises, and the unknown. Dazed and preoccupied. The interior of the house is a traditional Japanese structure, with wooden corridors gleaming warmly under the Naraku walked straight to the room on one side, stopped at the door and pointed to the adjacent room. "This is your room." He then pointed to the other side of his room, where a separate door led her into the inner courtyard, where warm lights could be faintly seen. "Over there, that's Princess Warabi's room." He emphasized, "Don't knock on the wrong door. If you need anything from me, directly over, or talk to that monitoring crow on the phone. You can contact me." Mickey's shoulder seemed to understand, softly pressing her cheek. Mitsuri nodded and whispered, "Understood. She just wants to be alone now, to process everything that happened today." Holding her Nichiren blade, she pushed open the sliding door to her room and went inside. The room was simply furnished, but it had everything you needed, including clean changes of clothes on the table. This simple care made her feelings even more complicated. Naraku watched her close the door before going into his own room. His room was larger and more elaborately furnished. A table in the center of the room and sat the window pane, casting cool, dappled light on the floor. Finally, things quieted down for a while. So much happened today, the mission in the sword-forging village, interactions with Daki and Jutaro, dealing with Mitsuri's feeding problem. Even with his current mental strength, the series of events requires some time to process and reflect. However, he suddenly remembered something that had been put on hold. He raised his hand, palm up. A faint crimson light flashed, and an object appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was a strange token, about the size of a palm. The token is rectangular with engraved with a blurry and indistinct symbol that seems to contain endless variations, while the other side is a blank and chaotic space. This was the one-time item he had randomly obtained when he made a free visit using the demon god statue feature, the Divine Oracle Contract. According to the instructions, after use, you can accept a quest from a random deity. What could the god's mission be? Naraku felt a curiosity. the risks may also be unknown. However, he has no reason to fear the unknown, especially now that his strength has increased again and his surroundings are temporarily stable. It seems like the perfect time to give it a try. I happen to have some free time now. Let's go. He muttered to himself, grasping the two ends of the oracle pact with both hands. The token felt slightly warm in his life. Without further hesitation, he forcefully snapped it with both hands. Click. A very sound, jade shattering or time and space cracking. The token snapped in two, but no fragments fell. Instead, they transformed into soft and strange milky white halos which floated above his hands. Immediately afterwards, the two halos of light slowly approached each other and merged back together, bursting forth with a strange light that was not dazzling, yet seemed to penetrate the boundaries between matter and spirit, instantly enveloping Naraku's entire body. Broken free from the constraints of his he heard a sound that could not be described in any known language. It is as grand as the beginning of the universe, yet as ethereal as the whisper of a breeze brushing against stardust. It is as ancient as time itself, yet as clear as the first wisp of consciousness. Directly on the depths of his soul, not conveying cold rule, an unquestionable task directly into his consciousness. At the same time, the long-absent system notification sound rang clearly in his mind, as if it were a notification of the special item Divine Oracle's pact, linking to higher dimensions. Successful. He accepted the quest file of the God of Time. Quest name, the creator of a moment posted by God of Time, conceptual neutral. Be teleported to a separate time fragment stagnant area. Within this realm, resources and energy to attempt to create a completely new life form or existence, possessing life characteristics in life framework. This creation must possess basic self-sustaining mechanisms and be able to exist at least until the mission evaluation concludes. Task time limit. No external time elapses within the independent time fragment. The task evaluation time is a subjectively perceived 72 hours. Mission reward. Probability based, depending on mission completion and creation rating. God of Time favorability plus. A slight attention mark from the God of Time. Failure penalty, none, but you will forfeit this oracle opportunity and may leave a negative. Note, the God of Time focuses on change. Information flooded his mind, jolting Naraku awake. The God of Time. A deity from the conception vigilance and interest. Anything related to time, wherever it may be, represents the supreme and mysterious. Looking at the task requirements. Creating entirely new life, not belonging to any framework. This sounds very valuable and also very interesting. Regarding the rewards, the description of the game allowing you to travel to any time period. The time period is random. Time travel. However, the word random instantly diminishes its practical value. Who knows what random place or time I'll be randomly transported to? It could be going back to the past to witness history, or jumping into the future to face the unknown, or even falling into some kind of time turbulence or a meaningless point in time. The uncertainty is too high. It's more like a risky adventure item than a reliable strategic asset. The reward is pretty generous, but why is it random? It feels like too much of a gamble, not very useful. Naraku quickly assessed in his mind. The favorability from the gods is still more important. His eyes lit up as he remembered favorability strategy. If even demons can have their favorability towards humans won over and converted into power, then what about the favorability towards gods? If I can raise my favorability with the God of Time, is it possible to gain God-related abilities? Even just a superficial one, anything related to the rules of time, would be absolutely incredible. This possibility made his heart beat slightly faster. The reward items may be useless, but the potential favorability pursuing. As for the mission itself, creating a completely new life species. Creating a species. His lips curled into a smile, and he already had a preliminary idea of how to take a shortcut. I could just use the weaving skill as a base combined with the crows summoned by and then fuse in some of the energy properties of my blood and the chicken jewel shards to create an artificial intelligent life form, or energy creature. Wouldn't that work? This certainly doesn't belong to the framework of known animals or demons, right? He thought this approach was feasible. The task of the gods may sound mysterious, but it doesn't necessarily require creating carbon-based being with life characteristics should be enough to meet the requirements. The reward doesn't seem very useful, but I have to get that favorability. With that thought in mind, he no longer hesitated, focused his mind, and chose to accept the mission. Ding. The host has confirmed acceptance of the request of the god of time, creator of a moment, building an independent time fragment. Teleportation initiated. Notification sound faded. Naraku sensed the surroundings. Everything that could be perceived began to twist, stretch, and rotate violently. It's not a physical movement, but a more fundamental feeling, as if it's been cut off from the latitude and longitude lines of time and space. The vision. We're like reflections in a shattered mirror, peeling away piece by piece, turning into chaotic, shimmering blocks of color before being swallowed by endless milky white light. A slight dizziness came over me, but it quickly subsided. When his senses returned to normal and the distorted vision returned to normal, Naraku found himself no longer in that comfortable Japanese-style room. Beneath my feet, whistled past my ears, carrying a desolate air. The air was a peculiar sense of cleanliness, as if no trace of left behind. He looked around. A desolate mountain range, a mix of gray-brown and dark red. The jagged rocks, and there is no vegetation on the ground. Like at dawn. There was no sun, faint light of unknown origin. There are no bird song, insect chirps, or any sounds other than flowing water and wind here. A deathly silence, a vast emptiness. Time seems to have lost its meaning here, leaving only an isolation. Is this the mission location? A separate slightly golden flames flickering in his dark red pupils. The world quietly opened, and he carefully observed everything around him. He assessed his own condition. Blood demon art, spiritual power, the power of the chicken jewel shards. Everything is normal and can be used normally. The system interface can be accessed normally, and the task countdown subjective 72 hours has started to tick silently. Naraku took a deep breath. A glint of eager anticipation flashed in his eyes. So, let's begin the trial of the god of time. He raised his hand, dark red blood ribbons beginning to swirl around his fingertips. His mental energy was concentrated, and he rapidly conceived a blueprint for creation in his mind. An artificial life form, an energy core, and complex being. About to take action, the semi-transparent system panel at the edge of his vision suddenly popped up automatically, and a line of previously unseen notification with slightly different font colors slowly appeared. Current spacetime coordinate anchor point, approximately -1,000 Abyss. His movement to unleash the blood demon technique abruptly halted, and the blood ribbons swirling around. -1,000 years. Holy crap, 1,000 years ago. Even with Naraku's wisdom, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. He knew this divine oracle was a mission from the god of time, and he sensed it might involve time travel, but to throw himself 1,000 years in the past. That's too simple and crude. After the initial shock, a more crucial question, one that made his heart skip a beat. If this really is 1,000 years ago in my world, then what I create here, could it affect the future? This idea was like a boulder thrown into a lake, stirring up a stormy sea. Time paradox, butterfly effect. If his creations were observed for 1,000 years, would they change the course of history? Will it affect him, Daki, music, and even the entire Demon Slayer core and the power dynamics of demons? No, calm down. Golden flames burning steadily in his dark red pupils. Since the system dared to issue such a mission, and the god of time dared to send me here, it means that this influence is either within his calculations or allowed, or there is some mechanism to limit or modify it. But in any case, I cannot rashly create something that might cause uncontrollable variables in the future, and especially I cannot allow it to prematurely and uncontrollably intervene in history. He pondered for a moment, then quickly adjusted his original plan. A more cautious and more mischievous idea gradually took shape. An artificial intelligent life form. What he wanted to create was an existence that better fit the concept of a sleeper bearing his personal mark and heavily protected. The image of a famous monster appeared in my mind. In Ayasha World Ryukatsuse, its enormous, ferocious dragon-shaped body was incredibly imposing. However, he didn't want a runaway beast. He borrowed its majestic dragon-shaped outline and some structural features, but removed the eerie human face. The overall lines are smoother, more mysterious, and more majestic and beautiful than a purely monstrous monster. In terms of color, he chose a dark deep black as the main color, with the edges of the dragon scales shimmering with a dark red light similar to his hair color. And the dragon burning with cold flames, the same as the golden flames at the edges of his pupils. Since it's about creation, let's see it through to the end. He used the exclusive manipulation ability of the blood satin, using his own highly concentrated life energy-rich demon blood as the core framework and energy source, mixed with the thin essence of soil and stone drawn from this desolate land, transformed through the Shiken jewel fragments, and then with the weaving skill like the most precise 3D printing, constructed the spiritual of this dragon body from a great deal of mental and spiritual energy. It ultimately took shape as not a dragon of legend, but a miniature version, side by side and nearly the height of a person at the shoulder. Although it is enormous to humans, it is actually quite small and delicate within the category of dragons. But each of its scales is lifelike, containing a tough defensive capability. Its claws are sharp, its tail is powerful, its body exudes a dormant aura of power. Writing behavioral programs, but programming surgery on the soul level. He set the most basic core consciousness for this dark golden dragon. First iron law: always obey, submit to, and be loyal to the creator Tsukuyomi Naraku and the bloodline spiritual imprint holders designated by him. This instruction has the highest priority, superseding any other possible conscious or instinctive response. The second iron law, unless both of the following conditions are met simultaneously. 1. Receives a direct call from the creator Tsukuyomi Naraku or the passage of time has reached or exceeded 1,000 years since the start of the slumber. This is a double or even triple insurance system, bloodline and spiritual recognition, specific instructions, and a time lock. Naraku wanted to bind the existence of this creation to time itself, ensuring that it would not be awakened at the wrong time in the wrong place by the wrong person, thus interfering with the course of history. Even if it does survive, it will only awaken when I need it, the era in which I should exist. Naraku thought to himself, moreover, they will completely obey my commands, so I don't need to worry about any backlash. After completing the core settings, he also implanted some basic AI emotions, modules, mainly admiration and awe for the creator, indifference and vigilance towards external stimuli, a dormant energy self-circulation maintenance program. Looking at the dark, golden dragon coiled before him with its eyes closed, seemingly existing, Naraku nodded in satisfaction. Both appearance and internal design. 1,000 years ago. He suddenly realized, at this time Muzan Kibutsuji should still be a human nobleman suffering from death right. A tempting thought flashed through my mind, one that could change the entire history of Demon Slayer, Kaimsu no Yaiba, to find him now and kill him. The thought only lasted for a moment before he extinguished it himself. No, Naraku's eyes were calm. Even if I could find him accurately and kill him, then what? With Muzan's death, all the demons derived from his blood, including Daki, ashes. This is I've finally found someone I want to protect. I can't gamble everything I have now for a future that might change. Moreover, even without Muzan, there might still be Yuzan or extremely Zan. The monsters born from humanity's darkness and desires are never few and far between. Keep this dragon. It might become a trump card at some unexpected moment in the future. Even if it's just as a witness, or time, or if it could truly transcend 1,000 years. However, the task requirement is to create and ensure its existence until the task evaluation ends. As long as it exists now and a mechanism for its existence is established, the task should be considered complete. It would be best if they could stay, but if they can't, well, consider it a challenging craft project. Next came placement. This dragon on the desolate mountains. With a thought, he summoned a large number of crows generated. Under his precise control, these crows began to dig frantically at the bottom of a selected valley, like the most. Soon, a huge pit was dug out, and Naraku controlled the dark golden dragon, carefully placing it at the bottom of the pit. Then, he controlled the crows to dig and bring in groundwater from a distance, quickly filling the large pit and forming a small, seemingly natural, calm lake. The lake water rushes into the newly dug mud pit. Over time, the mud from the lake. One would never imagine that beneath the silt and rock dozens of meters below lies a sea created by the hand of the future creator. The lake's cover, coupled with its deep burial underground, should ensure that it is not accidentally discovered to the great. Also maintain the relatively stable environment. Naraku sensed that the aura of the dark, profound golden dragon had completely merged with the earth and lake water, entering the deepest, low-energy consumption, feigned death state. Only the dig. Detected that the host has completed the trial of the time. Creation rating, B+. The creation possesses unique life characteristics, is meticulously designed. Concept of time. But its creativity leans towards assembly and setting, lacking a more mission complete. Basic reward distribution, one-time key, one-time use rule-based special reward triggered, based on the ingenious connection between creation and time, and a cautious attitude towards possibilities. The god of time, conceptual neutral gains +5 favorability towards the host. Current favorability with the god of time. 5/100 initial attention. Note, gaining favor with deities is extremely difficult. Please cherish thought with delight. Although the rating was only B+, the task was successfully completed. Although it was only 5 points, the system said it was extremely difficult to obtain, so this was already a good start. The initial attention status. As for the key of time, we'll look into it when we get back, unlinking individual time fragments. Sense of distortion returned, and the desolate mountains and tranquil lake before me blurred and vanished as quickly as a faded painting. When his vision cleared again, he was back in his room in Yashiwara. It was still night, and moonlight still streamed through the window. The tea on the low table still seemed the journey that had just spanned 1,000 years was merely a fleeting moment in the spiritual world. But the key of time lying quietly in the system space, and the newly added affection with the god of time, 5 in the status bar, clearly told him that it was not a dream. With a thought, Naraku conjured the legendary key in his palm. It is smaller than I imagined, only about half the length of a finger, and has a crystal-clear texture. It looks like it was carved from the purest crystal, but inside it seems to contain countless tiny, flowing starlight that slowly rotates, appearing and disappearing. Without the typical tooth marks of a key, its overall lines are smooth and mysterious. It feels warm and slightly cool to the touch, as if one can sense the extremely faint yet profoundly powerful space-time. Is this the key of time? Naraku weighed it in his hand. It was almost weightless. Through the information transmitted by the system, he learned how to use it. It was simple and brutal. Just crush it. Just crush it. How hard is this thing? Naraku's lips twitched, and he subconsciously tightened his fingers, but then immediately loosened them, afraid that he might accidentally crush it. If it gets crushed because of a slip, then you'll have nowhere to turn for help. I must keep this safe. Examining it closely for a moment by the moonlight. Then he took out a small sandalwood box that he had prepared before silk, and gently placed it inside. He closed the lid, applied a simple mental mark and a physical clasp, and then put it safely close to his body. This is a treasure. Having dealt with the unexpected gain from this time-space adventure, Naraku felt much more relaxed. He glanced out the window. The night was still deep. It's time for your daily prayer again. Thinking of the highly random lottery of the demon god statue, Naraku felt both anticipation and a little apprehensive. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and let his the familiar silhouette of the towering statue. This time, Naraku's mindset was more down to earth. Perhaps he was a little cocky after just completing a divine mission, or perhaps the lottery mechanism was too similar to some rip-off games. But standing before the statue, instead he clasped his hands together and began to heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. Please, please, give me a gold item. Attribute point critical hit would be great. No need for thanks and no need to be surprised by the props. Withdraw, withdraw, withdraw. After he finished chanting, he solemnly bowed to the statue of the deity. But the moment he bowed down, Naraku felt as if his consciousness had been gently swept by something very slightly, and then a stream of information flowed in. Ding, host has completed today's worship of the demon god statue. Randomly drawing rewards. Extracting. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the special status Active Devouring Magic Beginner. Special status, it sounds like, not a direct bad feeling creeping over him. He quickly checked the detailed instructions. Active Devouring Magic Beginner, negative growth time. Effect 1, Devour Magic. Whenever you cast a skill that consumes the core power of the demon race in this world, a mixed energy including life force, which can be abbreviated as the amount of demon power consumed by that skill will increase. This effect takes precedence over any cost reduction bonus. 2. Reverse feedback. When the host's ghost power is completely exhausted for any reason, i.e., in the empty mana state, ghost power consumed during this exhaustion process due to the permanent increase in the ghost power cap. No conventional means and will accompany the host until it meets certain conditions, or the state automatically evolves, disappears. Risks and opportunities coexist. Please use your power with caution. Abyss. He felt his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. G. What is this? A negative buff. Can something like this really be pulled out of a shrine visit today was a bad omen. A 10% increase in mana cost. This means that his stamina will drop by 10% every time he fights. This is no joke. Missing even a tiny bit of ghost power at a crucial moment, unleashing a life-saving skill or a finishing move, could be fatal. He continued reading, saw the feedback effect and the permanent increase slightly. After running out of mana, can half of the extra mana consumed be permanently added to the maximum mana bar? Is this forcing me to become a berserker, to desperately drain myself in order to become stronger? And they say risks and opportunities coexist. Then promising you something in return. Naraku rubbed his temples, feeling mentally exhausted. The statue is indeed unfathomably deep. It dares to throw anything at me. I've previously drawn amazing symbols like Transparent World and special items like Divine Oracle Pact, but now instead I've gotten a growth-type negative status effect. Never mind, let's look on the bright side. Naraku tried to comfort himself. At least it wasn't a pure debuff, there was still the possibility of growth. The temptation ghost power is indeed considerable from now on. I need to find a way to safely and controllably drain myself. What kind of nonsense is this? Looks like I'll have to be more careful with my abilities from now on and not squander them carelessly. Develop some low-cost tactics. Or find an opportunity to safely exhaust my demonic power. With a complex mix of amusement and exasperation, as if he had been forced inside, Naraku's consciousness returned to reality. He opened his eyes, gradually setting in the west outside the window and sighed. Today was a fulfilling day. Once again, I traveled through 1,000 years to create a dragon, and once again, I received a mana-consuming debuff. I subconsciously glanced at the exquisite bronze candlestick on the table in the room. On the candlestick, a plain white candle burns quietly, its wax dripping slowly. Naraku's gaze suddenly sharpened. He clearly remembered that he had inadvertently glanced at the candle before using the oracle. The newly replaced candles had burned, and at this moment, the height of the candle flame, the shape of the even the amplitude of the flickering flame. It was almost exactly the same as the moment in his memory before he used the prop. The difference is so small as to be negligible, and it certainly did not involve prolonged burning. Time hardly changed. He created the dark golden dragon within the fragments of time, dug deep pits, and diverted water to form a lake. Although it was an independent fragment of time, his subjective perception showed that quite some time had passed, and he also felt somewhat fatigued from the depletion of his mental energy. But outside, in his room, time seemed to have passed in a truly insignificant instant. As the mission description mentions, no external time flow within the independent time fragment, so it seems that the so-called subjective 72 hours only applies within the mission space. Naraku understood. A sense of shock welled up within him. Is this the power of the god of time, compressing a process of creation and experimentation into a mere instant of reality? This manipulation of time, even in its most rudimentary form, gave him a more intuitive understanding of the level of gods. And at the same time, he cherished the 5 He then carefully examined his internal condition. Aside from some demonic and spiritual power from creating the dragon parts, which is slowly recovering, and the newly acquired troublesome devouring pact status lying quietly in the status bar, there are no other abnormalities. It seems that the consumption within the time fragments is truly reflected in the main body, but time has been stolen, folded. This wondrous experience frozen time and touched the key he kept close to his body. These encounters related to time are gradually broadening his understanding of the underlying rules of this world. Never mind, I won't think about it anymore. At least for now, there's still plenty of time in the real world. He lay down, closed his eyes, and temporarily suppressed these bizarre thoughts. The most urgent task is to rest and recover, then consider how to optimize the devouring pact, and where to go in 3 days to establish my own territory. The moonlight, like water, streamed. The only sounds left in the room were the extreme faint crackling and Naraku's gradually becoming even and long breaths. In the afternoon, sunlight streamed through the paper door, casting warm dappled patterns on the tatami mats in Kaguya Yubayashiki's room. He was sitting opposite his wife, Amine, listening to reports on the recent activities of the Demon Slayer Corps and the status of the members, while his oldest son, Teruya, was quiet. Despite his body being day and night by the curse, leaving him weak and frail, a trace of comfort could still appear on his pale and thin face as he listened to the good news from the front lines and the growth of the new team members. The Demon Slayer Corps is making steady progress, though slow, hope is gathering like a gentle stream. Suddenly, an extremely rapid, almost tearing sound of wings came from afar. That wasn't the usual gentle flight rhythm of a raven. Instead, it carried a sense of desperate panic, as if it was Gah. A ruffled like a cannonball, stumbling and thrashing inside, struggling and flapping its wings, emitting incoherent cries from its beak. Forging village, urgent. Top priority, urgent. And both changed their expressions at the same time. Highest emergency, sword forging village. That location is extremely secluded, a sacred site with centuries of history, providing fangs for the Demon Slayer Corps. The raven seemed to have exhausted all its strength, collapsing to the ground, its chest heaving violently. But with its last breath, it hoarsely uttered a few blood-stained words. Attack! Tianian immediately stepped forward, carefully picked it up, fed it a little water, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly. Calm down, speak slowly. What happened to Lord Kenroji? What happened to the sword-forging village? Kaguya Yubayashiki's heart seemed to stop for a moment, and an ominous, chilling premonition spread rapidly down his spine. His hands, resting on his knees, had slightly cold fingertips. The raven caught its clear. The village was burned to the ground, all the buildings collapsed. The swordsmiths, the guards, the support staff, everyone is dead. Not a single survivor, Lady Kenroji Mitsuri, was ordered to provide support. Confirmed sacrifice her body, only her. A large amount of blood were found at the scene. Her Nichiren blade is missing. The enemy is a demon. And not just the battle traces are horrific. The village has been almost completely razed to the ground. It was like a cold chisel striking hard against Kaguya Yubayashiki's soul. Total annihilation. Ganlu Temple, the sword-forging village, razed to the ground. He murmured the same words over and over, his blind eyes widening unconsciously as if trying to see the unbelievable news. For the first time, that face, which always carried both gentleness and resilience, displayed an almost blank blankness and utter shock. It was utter destruction, with pillar-level combatants falling together. That girl was full of energy, with a hearty laugh, yet a heart as pure as crystal, who had recently been honored for successfully slaying a lower moon, is dead in the village she was supposed to protect. That same generations of the Demon Slayer Corps poured their hearts and souls into blades to slay demons. Gone, reduced to scorched earth and ruins. Number, it's impossible. Lady Yubayashiki Amin covered her mouth, tears welling up instantly. Swayed. She adored. That child always brought sunshine. Hui Lizai also stopped fighting, his small face. Kaguya Yubayashiki felt a violent wave of dizziness and nausea. The burning pain tenfold at this moment, threatening to completely engulf him. But he clenched his teeth, using the pain to force himself to break free from the overwhelming shock and grief. Stay calm, I can stay. Absolutely not. He took a deep breath, the air was icy cold and stung his lungs. When he spoke again, his voice was terribly hoarse, but he had managed to forcefully regain a semblance of composure. Heavenly sound. He called his wife's name, his voice carrying an unwavering resolve immediately. As quickly as materials, to drop everything and return to headquarters as fast as possible. Convene a time. Simultaneously, all leaders of Hidden are ordered to activate the highest level of emergency response. All team members of emergency missions return to their nearest bases and logistical bases are to enter a state of full alert. Transmission encryption. Yes, Lord Yeazai. Lady Tianian wiped away her tears, knowing that her husband needed her absolute support at this moment. She immediately turned around and conveyed the order with an unprecedentedly hurried pace. Kaguya Yubayashiki remained alone in the room, his body slightly hunched over, as if bearing an immense weight. It shone brightly, yet all he felt was an endless, bone-chilling cold. The flame has been extinguished. A child as warm as the sun has fallen. This is a devastating blow like the one we haven't seen in 300 years. A knife that cut straight to our necks. The grief was like a tidal wave, almost overwhelming him, but he suppressed this intense pain deep within his heart, turning it into fuel to ignite his inextinguishable demon-hunting spirit. Musen Kibutsuji, is this your counterattack? Then, let's go. As long as Kaguya Yubayashiki has a breath left, the Demon Slayer Corps will never perish. The night was as dark as ink. The Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, a massive dojo, was illuminated by countless white candles. Dispel the heavy and sorrowful atmosphere that seemed to solidify into reality. There should have been 9 pillars, but one is now clearly vacant. That is the seat of the love pillar, Kenroji Mitsuri. She had only been promoted a short time and hadn't even fully grasped the weight of her position, yet now it was permanently vacant. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. The first to arrive was the Island of Lamentation. His enormous body was like a silent... The ground seemed to tremble slightly. His hands were clasped together, and the blindfold beneath his eyes was already soaked with tears. The mournful chanting of sutras echoed in the empty temple, mourning the departed souls. Immediately afterward, the wind pillar Sanmi Shinazugawa stormed him like an enraged lion. His face was covered in dust, his teeth were grinding together. He stared intently at the empty seat, his chest heaving violently. Finally, without uttering a word, he sat down heavily, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, radiating a ferocious aura that seemed ready to devour anyone. Flame Pillar Kyojuro Rengoku strode in, his signature flame-patterned Haori seeming to dim slightly. Gone with his face bore a heavy, iron-like resolve and a burning rage deep within his eyes. He bowed solemnly towards the head of the table and sat down, his back straight as a pine tree, his gaze intense, as if he wanted to burn through the darkness before him. When the sound pillar used to elegance and composure on his face vanished. His brows were furrowed, his eyes sharp as knives, empty seats before silently bowing and taking his seat. He understood better than anyone the strategic disaster that the destruction of the sword-forging village would mean. Gyutomioka, the water column, appeared silently, like water flowing into the shadows. People at arm's length. But when his gaze swept over the empty seat, his icy blue pupils trembled almost imperceptibly before quickly looking away, as if burned. He silently walked to his seat and sat down, lowering his eyes so that no one would discern his emotions. Shinobu Kacho, the insect pillar, moved with undiminished grace, a faint, mask-like smile on her face as she nodded slightly. On closer inspection, one can see a chilling coldness deep within her pupils, and the fingertips of her hands clasped together on her knees, white from the force she is exerting. Her posture, a crystal sculpture suppressing a blizzard. The serpent pillar, Obanite, his bandaged gaze sweeping across the room with a somber expression. Amin's support, Kagya Yubayashi. He looked weaker than usual, his face as pale as paper, but in the candlelight his dignity, born of blood and responsibility, seemed all the more profound. He sat down in the main seat and an invisible pressure spread out. His voice was hoarser than usual, yet exceptionally clear, each word striking the hearts of the players. I summoned you all here because my Demon Slayer Corps has suffered the most since I took over as its leader. He paused as if gathering his strength, or perhaps letting this cruel reality crush his heart once more. Our centuries-old sacred site for forging swords, the sword-forging village, was utterly destroyed yesterday. Despite having a premonition, hearing it confirmed by the Lord himself still left the pillars present speechless. The chanting of sutras mournful. Everyone in the village, including all the swordsmiths, guards, apprentices, and support staff, a total of 147 people, perished without exception. And the only love pillar present was Mitsuri Kenroji. When it was uttered, the air in the dojo seemed to freeze completely. Also confirmed dead after fierce fighting. Only the flickering candlelight and the somber filled the air. Seinmi Shinazugawa slammed his fist on the floor beside him with a dull thud, but he gritted his teeth and didn't roar out loud. Only the veins on his forehead bulged, and his eyes became even more bloodshot. Kagya Yubayashi continued. Based on the daring infiltration and investigation by the vanguard of the stealth unit, and the fragmented information of perimeter guards before their deaths, it can be confirmed that the attackers were no ordinary demons. The scale of the battle left at the scene was astonishing. Large areas were razed to the ground, and the buildings were not simply burned down, but destroyed by tremendous force, showing remnants of various distinct attack methods. One type appears to be widespread impact or wind pressure-related damage, as if cut and pierced by some kind of sharp, retractable, ribbon-like weapon, and some areas looked as if repeatedly pierced by dense, tiny, sharp objects. On some of the victims' remains, unique penetrating and laceration wounds caused by weapons resembling tin staffs or cross-shaped guns were found. This vaguely corresponds to the characteristics of certain powerful ghosts using similar weapons in our scattered past records, but their specific identity. The Slayer Corps currently has extremely limited information about the upper moons and can only deduce weapon types based on wounds. Based on comprehensive judgment, Kagya Yubayashi raised his face. Despite his blindness, he seemed to see the solemnity on the faces of every pillar. The attackers of the swordsmith village were at least 2 demons far stronger than lower moons, possibly even upper moons. They were perfectly coordinated, ruthless, and their goal was clear: to completely cut off the Demon Slayer core weapon supply, destroy the logistical foundation, and his voice lowered to eliminate our pillar. Rengoku said in a deep voice, flames flickering in his golden eyes. As expected, Musen's true main force Shinobu Kacho began softly, her smile unchanged, but her voice was like ice beads falling onto a jade plate. Facing at least 2 monsters like that alone. She didn't finish her sentence, but her clasped hands tightened even more. Yuzui Tenjin tapped his knee, analyzing multiple attack marks, at least 2 demons, capable of leveling a fortified village and killing the love pillar in such a short time. Their strength likely far exceeds any of our previous estimates. The upper moon is more dangerous than we imagined. Just then, Jiu Tomioka, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. His voice was calm and interrupted everyone's thoughts. I'll go. All eyes immediately focused on him. Jiu Tomioka didn't look at anyone, his gaze fixed ahead, as if stating, I'm going to investigate this. The temple fell silent once more. It was highly unusual for Jiu Tomioka to volunteer for the mission. Kaguya Yubayashiki paused for a moment, then slowly asked, Jiu, what's your reason? Jiu Tomioka's gaze finally shifted slightly, seemingly glancing at the empty space for an extremely brief moment before immediately returning to his voice remained flat. The clues can't be lost. His reasoning was so perfunctory, but those who knew him at some point did the sacrifice of Kanroji Mitsuri and the destruction of the swordsmith village stir up some frozen memories deep within him. That memory did not give rise to anger or sadness in the usual sense, but rather a colder, almost instinctive urge to act. He wanted to personally measure this devastation, to confirm something in his own mind, perhaps to find himself might not be clear about. Death alone, Shinsugawa sanely retorted without hesitation, though he himself was burning with rage. Even Kanroji fell. Do you want to follow in their footsteps? I will find them, Yoshiyuki Tomioka said calmly, without explanation or rebuttal, simply stating his position. This is not the time for lone wolves, Tomioka. Kyojiro Rengoku's booming voice was stern. What we need is unified strategy and strength. Anything. I'm not acting impulsively. Jiu Tomioka's answer remained concise, yet it revealed an unwavering forth alone. Kaguya Yubayashi did not He knew Yoshiyuki Tomioka's personality, and that ordering him at this moment would not be effective. He turned to the others. Kyojiro Rengoku took a deep breath, abruptly stood up, his tall frame seemingly dispelling the gloom in the dojo, and declared loudly, Gentlemen, grief and anger are the strength that allows us to grip our swords, but at this moment, we need each clear mind and burning. The swordsmith village is a heavy blow. We cannot destroy the demon-slaying spirit that has been passed down for hundreds of years in the Demon Slayer Corps. It cannot destroy the indomitable heart beating in the chest of every one of our warriors. The source of our swords may be temporarily cut off, but the art remains in our hearts. The breathing techniques still flow in our veins. As long as we have a breath left, we will never stop holding our swords against evil spirits. Kyojiro Rengoku's words were filled with a burning power, like a bonfire suddenly ignited, trying to illuminate the hearts of everyone. Born to ignite hope and despair. I, Kyojiro Rengoku, request to take charge of coordinating the frontline response, stabilize all bases, and boost the morale of the troops. Immediately begin researching how to deal with this upper moon enemy, possessing bizarre abilities and immense strength. We can no longer rely on past experience. Tenjin nodded in agreement. Purgatory is right. The priority now is to stabilize the situation while simultaneously gathering intelligence at all costs. He looked at Kaguya. Master, I suggest we immediately logistical nodes that have indirect intelligence network to try and trace the whereabouts of these demons and their possible patterns of action. In addition, his expression was grave. We must immediately assess the existing inventory and wear and tear of the Nicaran swords, and formulate the strictest weapon usage and maintenance procedures. Shinobu Kacho spoke again, her voice regaining its usual calm and articulate quality. establish a dedicated team for the maintenance and emergency repair of the current blades. Meanwhile, regarding methods to combat powerful demons, I propose concentrating all the Pillar's research resources to re-examine and deepen the development of the breathing techniques to the and whether it's possible to explore an even higher level based on the current foundation. Same annoyance, staring at Jiu Tomioka, then looked at the household. Hey, enough with the talk. I don't have enough swords. I have a few spare swords and some decent ones that I confiscated before. Give those to the guys who damaged. But he added fiercely, tell them it's borrowed. Anyone who dares to ruin it will be punished. His methods remained brutal, but this urgent act of borrowing a knife indicated that he was already considering the most practical solution, ensuring that his team members had weapons available. The chanting of Baiming Island abruptly will strengthen the combat skills that do not rely on weapons. In adversity, one's own strength is one's greatest reliance. Kaguya Yubayashiki listened quietly, sensing the responses from the pillars, some passionate, some somber, some pragmatic, and some radical. They are all processing this immense grief to find a way out. I deeply understand your determination. Containing an iron will, the following resolution is hereby promulgated. First, effective immediately, the Demon Slayer Corps will enter a phase of comprehensive strategic development. All against suspected upper moon targets are suspended. The top priority for all operational units is to preserve manpower and protect bases and logistical facilities. Second, all members of the Hidden Force are placed on high alert. You are in charge of intelligence gathering, strengthening base defenses, and internal security. Gather all information about the attackers and their possible accomplices. Thirdly, weapons supply is insect pillar. You are fully responsible for maximizing the utilization of the existing iron blades, including maintenance, repair, and the establishment of a rotation system. Simultaneously, concentrate resources to accelerate research into deeper applications of breathing techniques. Fourth, adjustments to team member training and development. Intensive training, with a significant increase in their mastery of breathing techniques, especially sustained breathing, as well as comprehensive abilities in unarmed combat with simple weapons, environmental utilization, teamwork, and intelligence. Investigation of the attackers. Kaguya Yubayashiki's gaze looked at Tomioka. Of the ruins of the Sword Forging Village and its surrounding area. However, you must remember that your mission is to gather intelligence and clues, assess the enemy's strength and methods, and you are absolutely not allowed to engage in combat with possible upper moon-class enemies without authorization. Your findings will be crucial in formulating subsequent strategies, but rather to ensure that valuable pillar-level combat power is not wasted needlessly. Do you understand? He gave Jiu Tomioka room to maneuver, but imposed clear restrictions, prohibiting lone, desperate battles. Jiu Tomioka was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly, understood. Whether he truly accepts this constraint is something only he knows. Frontline emergency response and morale maintenance, Kaguya Yubayashiki said, looking at Kyojiro Rengoku. I'm entrusting this to you, Kyojiro. Yes. I will do my utmost, Kyojiro Rengoku responded loudly. At last, Kaguya Yubayashiki's voice was low and solemn. Give a grand burial to all the remains. Blood will not have been shed in vain. Musen Kibitsuji and his henchmen will pay the price. We will obey your majesty's will. The pillars responded in unison, their voices echoing throughout the dojo, heavy and resolute. The meeting ended and the pillars dispersed, carrying with them a heavy mission. Jiu Tomioka was the first to get up, disappearing as if Sanmi Shinazugawa went to retrieve his hidden dagger. Kyojiro Rengoku immediately discussed the details. The mourners at Beimanju continued to chant sutras for the deceased. Kaguya Yubayashiki those around him and finally could no longer hold on. He coughed violently, and a glaring bright red stain spread across his pale handkerchief. His body trembled slightly from weakness and excruciating pain. Exclaimed, her heart aching. It's all right. He gasped for breath, his blind eyes staring into the boundless darkness. Time, the enemy is more cunning and stronger than we anticipated. Our preparations are far from sufficient. He clenched his fist, his voice barely audible, yet carrying a resolute determination. We must find a way to end all of this. Faster, even if it costs us everything. Butterfly Mansion. She sat alone in the dispensing room with a complex pharmacopoeia and notes spread out in front of her, but her gaze was not focused on them. In her hand, she held a small sachet, its stitches not particularly fine, but its color bright. That was something that when she last came to the Butterfly Mansion. She said it contained calming herbs. Shinobu Kacho remembers accepting it without needing to practice her needlework. Mitsuri blushed and smiled, saying she would do better next time. There will never be a next time. The flawless, mask-like smile she wore during the day vanished completely. Deep-seated hatred for his own inadequacy. Mitsuri, I'm sorry, if I were stronger. If I could have developed a more effective poison sooner. If, and Shinobu Kacho gripped the sachet tightly, her fingertips turning white from the force. Then she took a deep breath, slowly released her grip, and carefully placed the sachet into the deepest part of the drawer. When he looked up again, needle-like calmness. She spread out new paper and began to write. The title is, based on the traces of an attack on the sword-forging village, an analysis of an unknown power named Blade Demon and Impact Demon, and a preliminary conception of distant mountain forest. His expression was fixed, his icy blue pupils reflected. He didn't immediately venture deeper, but simply stood there quietly, as if sensing the lingering despair, anger, and that faint, almost vanished, fiery aura belonging to Kenroji Mitsuri on this land. The night wind he stepped into the ruins. The figure was Demon Slayer Core darkest hour has arrived. The sunlight, filtered through the thick window paper, cast a hazy glow into Millie's room. She sat in the corner of the softly made-up bed, hugging her knees, burying her face in her arms. Strands of pinkish-green hair mixed with dark red fell down, and the little dark red raven Maple Syrup perched quietly on her shoulder, tilting its little head. Confusion. I've been in this position for a long time. From the moment Naraku brought her back to this unfamiliar mansion yesterday, pushed her into this room, and told this is yours, an unprecedented, chilling sense of emptiness gripped her. Mitsuri Kenroji, the love pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, that girl with an enormous appetite, superhuman strength, arranged dates, yet still longed for she died in the ruins of the sword-forging village at the hands of that demon named Naraku. Then she came back to life. She opened her eyes again with the very form of existence she once hated most and swore to eradicate, the demon. This realization was like a rusty, dull knife, bringing continuous, subtle, and profound pain. Fragments of memory churned uncontrollably in my mind. She was in a town near the knife-forging village, helping an old woman carry a bin. And in return, the old woman gave her some cloyingly sweet cherry blossom cakes. As she ate, she greeted the familiar knife maker, who smiled and said he would make her a more suitable Tsuba handguard. When I woke up again, everything had changed. A strange power surged through his veins, creating an uncontrollable craving. Repeatedly challenged by the demon's unorthodox pronouncements. He witnessed intimate interactions between demons, almost like humans, and even he himself was forced to feed that handsome, eerie, yet utterly ruthless ghost. The excruciating pain of her severed arm, the chilling cold of impending death, and the words that the ghost whispered in her ear, almost a sigh, actually, I didn't want to kill you. The fragments torn apart by intense pain and the darkness of impending death, but certain sensations are exceptionally clear like branding marks. She remembered, before she completely lost consciousness, Naraku. He leaned close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, and as he spoke those words with an indescribable sigh, so close that she could even smell the cold and dangerous aura emanating from him. And then, was it the feeling of lightness? biting the skin of her neck. The sensation of that instant brought a strange shiver, a mixture of extreme fear and a premonition of death, yet inexplicably against her fading consciousness. Then a wave of excruciating pain washed over me. It was a warm chest with its coldness, without any resistance. The muffled thud of a body being pierced, the absolute chill of life being instantly drained, the despair of vision being swallowed by blood and darkness. That crystal-clear, death-defying fear and sense of emptiness, like the deepest nightmare, still grips her heart in unexpected moments, waking her up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. I consumed human blood. This fact made her stomach churn. A mixture of physical nausea and immense moral guilt welled up in her throat at the same time. She remembered the almost trembling sense of satisfaction that surged through her body as the warm liquid followed by a wave of self-loathing that nearly overwhelmed her. What have I become? A monster. Will I have to rely on this to make a living in the future? Does someone even deserve to live? Suicidal thoughts like vines growing in the darkness quietly coiled around her heart. Sunlight. As long as you step into the sunlight, all pain and humiliation will end. As a former pillar, she knew the demon's weaknesses perfectly well. But the words of that demon, Naraku, resonated in my ears once again. You can retain before. Under my protection, you can at least have some right to choose. You can exchange clothing, money, or even just protection for some of their to live on, even if it's in a different form, is better than to vanish completely. And yesterday, in that magnificent room, I saw Naraku and the female demon named Waraki Haim. Their intimate interaction was undeniably real. They flirted and teased each other, relied on each other, and had a seemingly fierce but actually caring brother. Lovers that she had once secretly longed for aren't ghosts, all monsters that have lost their humanity and only know how to kill and devour. Why are they different? Why did Naraku say those things to me? Why did he give me a choice? He destroyed the sword-forging village and killed me. Hatred is only natural. She must hate him to the core, wishing she could immediately cut off his head with her Nikaran blade. Strangely, aside from the initial anger and fear when she intense as she had imagined. Is it because he treats himself differently than he would treat prey or a slave? Is it because he sees because of the complex and almost human emotions he has? How disgusting to think of myself like this. Mitsuri mentally berated herself. Why am I so conflicted about it? Just because he's a little human to you? Can Roji Mitsuri wake up? He killed so many people. He destroyed the sword-forging village. He's the enemy. The more I thought about it, the heavier the sense of confusion and hopelessness became. She felt torn apart, wondering her past and beliefs, being her reality and instincts as a new. The maple syrup above her head let out a soft call, as if to remind her of its presence. Miri suddenly snapped out of her daze, a strange sense of irritation washing over her. It's this little crow, Naraku's surveillance camera. It constantly reminded her of her current situation, being monitored, controlled, and having lost her freedom and her identity. Get out of the way. She waved her hand somewhat uncontrollably, trying to get rid of the maple syrup from her head. It flapped its wings and took flight. It landed steadily and precisely back on her head, even gently scratching her hair with its little paws to adjust its posture. Mitsuri puffed up her cheeks in anger, She reached out, this time with lightning speed, and snatched the little crow before it could even react, holding it firmly in her hand. Maple syrup struggled in her palm for a moment, finding it couldn't break free, quieted down and tilted its little head up to look at her. Mitsuri stared at it, as if she could see the demon that gave it its existence through its dark red eyes. She lowered her voice, her tone a mixture of confusion and from me. Soft, questioning coo. Sound, seeing its bewildered expression, Millie's anger suddenly dissipated. Why get angry over a crow? It's just a tool, a symbol. She let go and maple syrup immediately flew back to her shoulder, affectionately nuzzling her cheek. Mitsuri sighed helplessly. Perhaps. He's right, as long as you're alive, there's always hope. Living as a demon, secretly gathering power, perhaps one day at a crucial strong enough to get close to him or even. This sudden thought, like a glimmer of light in the darkness though faint, gave her chaotic mind a slight direction. Yes, revenge against Musin, and the source of this curse. This is perhaps the only reason that allows her to continue existing in this world and to give it any meaning. Just as she was lost in thought, there was a regular knocking at the door. Thump, thump, thump. Mitsuri sprang from the bed and hurriedly straightened the well-fitting kimono that Naraku had prepared for her. She figured out how to face the people outside the door, especially. Naraku, I'm coming in. Naraku's calm voice came from Immediately afterwards, the sliding door was pushed open. Naraku's figure appeared in the doorway. He changed into a simple dark-colored kimono, his long, dark red hair casually tied back, and he looked as if he had just rested and was in good spirits. His gaze swept across the room, landing on Millie's clenched fist, and then at her slightly flustered "Get much rest," he stated, without any intention of delving deeper. "Let's go." Where? Instinctively, go try out your blood demon arts. Naraku said matter-of-factly, after becoming a demon you should have awakened your own blood demon art. Let me see what it is so I can make the next arrangement. Miri was stunned. After becoming a genius in her senses and a deadly craving for blood, she didn't experience any special abilities. Blood demon magic. She sensed herself repeating blankly, I don't think I have that. His eyes. No, really. He looked immediately up and down, seemingly trying to sense the fluctuations of the Indeed, apart from having slightly stronger basic demonic power than ordinary demons, energy characteristics that were manifested. It's normal for a newborn ghost to not a slightly languid and coquettish voice came from the other end of the corridor. The two turned to look and saw that Daphne's much more casual than they had been the night before. He walked over gracefully, a half-smile on his face, his gaze sweeping over Mitsuri before finally settling on Naraku. Naraku tilde, she walked to Naraku's side, naturally taking his arm before turning to Mitsuri and explaining. Someone like you, who possesses powerful blood... It's most likely because the blood bestowed upon you by Lord Musin was pure and powerful enough. It is extremely special, allowing you to unleash your potential in the early stages of transformation. She paused, her tone casual, and instantly turned Millet pale. Absorbing a large amount of life energy and fear to continuously evolve and accumulate awaken their own blood demon arts. Weaker demons might spend their entire lives devouring people without ever awakening a decent ability. Eat enough people. Miri felt a chill run from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. If I want to gain power, do I also have to? He glanced at Mitsuri's pale face, roughly guessing what she was thinking, and said, Blood demon art isn't essential. Strong basic physical abilities and combat skills are equally deadly. Your breathing technique foundation is still there. Perhaps you could try combining it with demonic power. He changed the subject, seemingly remembering something, and looked at Daphne, his tone slightly questioning. By the way, with my current strength, am I able to launch another switching blood battle? A bloody battle with a role reversal. Upon hearing this, Daki's languid expression vanished instantly, replaced by obvious tension and worry. You're going to activate that again? It's too dangerous. You only recently rose to the upper moon. I want to become stronger and faster. Undeniable determination. Besides, I think I'm pretty strong now. If I can take down Upper Moon 4 Hantingu and absorb his power, I should become even stronger. He spoke casually, as if discussing what to have for dinner. Daki was both angry and anxious, her grip on his arm tightening. Hantingu is a seasoned Upper Moon, who knows what tricks he's up his sleeve. Allowed to go. Half Tengu is indeed not to be underestimated. A deep, gloomy voice interrupted. Jutsu the corridor, arms crossed, frowning as he looked at Naraku. You brat, you've just gained a little power. You think you're invincible just because you killed a few lower moons and seriously injured a pillar. He glanced at Mitsuri. Hantingu's main body and clothing tactics are troublesome. He's not so easy to noticing the throbbing veins on Jutero's forehead, wisely swallowed the words brother-in-law that were on the tip of his tongue. He simply touched his nose and said, I feel like I'm actually quite strong now. The reward you gave me yesterday, sir, had a very noticeable effect. Jutero snorted, sizing him up. He seemed to sense the increasing solidity and depth of the Jutero's aura. His expression softened to launching the positional bloodbath. Why? Naraku asked. There are exactly 6 seats available now, that's full. Jutero analyzed. The lower moons have suffered heavy casualties recently, and no new demon has yet emerged with sufficient strength and achievements to definitively kill the If you act now and successfully kill Hanson, an upper position will become vacant. Towards the integrity and stability of the upper. He might be happy about it, or he might feel that some kind of order has been disrupted. It wouldn't be wise to act rashly before figuring out his attitude on this matter. He paused, then added, of course, judgment. If you really want to fight, no one can stop you. That's what he said, but his eyes clearly said, you'd better try something reckless. Upon hearing this, Naraku pondered for a moment. Jutero's considerations are indeed reasonable. Muzin's thoughts are hard to fathom. The changes in the upper moons might attract his attention, or even his displeasure. I am still young and need to continue. It's not advisable to arouse unnecessary suspicion too early. Yes, you're right, Naraku nodded. Then let's put that aside. Jutero seemed somewhat surprised by his and his expression. I'm planning to go out for a walk today, Naraku said to Daki, changing the subject. To familiarize myself with the surroundings. Naraku's face was pale and still reeling from the shock of blood demon art requires eating people. You should also get ready. Come out with me around dusk, Naraku said, to get used to being outdoors and to see if there's a chance to test your skills and familiarize yourself with your current power. But Mitsuri's mouth tightened. She looked at Naraku's combat, looking at Naraku with concern and at Jutero beside her, who, though with a stern face, was clearly also paying attention to the conversation. This world made up of ghosts was far more complex than she could have imagined, but her journey has only just begun. The night was as dark as ink. The crescent moon hung like a hook, and the cool moonlight shone on a remote mountain. With Mitsuri in tow, left the bustling and noisy Yashiwara to search for the area roughly located in his memory. He remembered that in that fragment of time 1,000 years ago, he chose a valley, dug a pit to create a lake, and buried that dark deep inside. Although the specific geographical coordinates have long been blurred with the passage of thousands of years, there is some impression of the general terrain and a lying valley surrounded by mountains, which is easy to retain water. This country is not vast, but with its now enormous network of crows and the intelligence and endurance bestowed upon the crows by the weaving skill, it can spread out like an invisible giant net, conducting a characteristics. This dense forest right now is one of the areas he ordered the crows to focus their search on. No traces of a lake have been found yet, but the environment is quiet and spacious for some practice. Naraku stopped and said to Mitsuri, who had been silently following behind him. Mitsuri cautiously looked around. Moonlight filtered through the sparse canopy of trees, casting dappled shadows on the forest clearing. Apart from the chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves in the night wind, there's no opponent here, she wondered, somewhat puzzled. Naraku turned around, his dark red eyes gleaming in the moonlight, calmly gazing at her. Stop looking, your opponent is me. Mitsuri was taken aback at first, then a sense of absurdity and a secret sense of relief welled up inside her. The absurdity lies in sending this newly transformed demon to challenge the Upper Moon 5. The relief lies in, at least, not immediately putting her to face. She spoke the truth, her emerald gold eyes showing no fear, only the calmness of stating fact, and a hint of helplessness towards her current situation. We fight precisely because we can't win. Naraku spoke calmly, as if stating something perfectly normal. I can see your weaknesses much better. Would you right now isn't powerful techniques, but adapting to your body, strength, speed, reaction time, stamina, balance, and even how to mobilize and use the demonic power within you without losing your mind. You still have the basics of breathing techniques right. Try using them to guide. Before he could finish speaking, he gave Mitsuri no more time to think or prepare. In a flash, he was already without using the blood satin scythe or even any blood demon arts. It was just the most basic movement and hand-to-hand combat. Mitsuri's pupils contracted, and her body reacted almost instinctively. She pushed off with her feet, retreating rapidly while simultaneously clenching her right fist, unleashing a tremendous force far exceeding that of humans to meet the palm strike from Naraku. Bang! Fist and palm collided, producing a dull thud. Mitsuri felt as if she had struck a thick, elastic piece of steel. The recoil made her arm go numb and she staggered back several steps before regaining her balance. Naraku merely swayed slightly, his feet remained. Such strength and his body is so tough. Mitsuri was horrified. Was this the basic physical ability of an upper moon? Your strength is acceptable, your exertion is too stiff, your retraction too many unnecessary movements. Your body isn't yet ready. Naraku's voice rang out the moment she regained her footing, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Continue. What followed was a silent but highly effective sparring session. Naraku is like the most demanding and precise sparring partner, only defending just the right amount of attack. His attacks were not fatal and could even be described as but they were angled sharply and moved extremely precisely hitting the spot where Miri's power was not flowing smoothly, her defense was weak, or her reaction was too slow. His breathing is disordered and demonic power is running rampant. The lower body is unstable and the center of gravity is shifting. Don't just focus your gaze on one senses. Influence with demonic guide the flow of demonic power. He would occasionally offer brief comments or instructions, but most of the time he remained silent, showing Mitsuri her shortcomings through his actions. She gritted her teeth, trying her best to mobilize every bit of her strength to adapt to this unfamiliar, yet powerful body, attempting to combine the breathing techniques she had painstakingly practiced with the ghostly power flowing within her. The initial awkwardness fluidity. Although it was still far from being mastered, at least it was no longer as restrictive as it had been at the beginning. The moonlight moved slowly through the woods and time slipped away. After an unknown amount of time, Naraku delivered a side kick to Mitsuri, and a pinkish green after it, and leaped backward, creating distance. Stop, he said. That's enough. The basic adaptation is complete. The rest requires you to practice and get a feel for it yourself. Miri stopped moving, slightly out of breath. She felt tired, an unprecedented sense of fullness. The doubts in her heart sprouted. Naraku stopped looking at her and walked to a relatively flat patch of grass at the edge of the clearing. Dark red blood-red satin meandered from his sleeves, like the most skillful craftsman, swiftly weaving, stitching, and solidifying, instantly forming a dark red recliner with a simple yet eerily beautiful design. He sat down comfortably, even adjusting the angle of the backrest, and then leaned back leisurely, gazing at the cool crescent moon overhead, as if lost in some deep thought. To the side, Mitsuri began to practice power on her own, based on her experience from the sparring session earlier. But her attention was always involuntarily drawn to the figure lying on the eerie recliner, gazing. The ruthlessness when destroying the village, the gentleness when with Daki, the serenity when gazing at the moon. Which one is the real him? Why do these things teach me to adapt to power, give me distorted choices? The questions piled up, almost bursting out of her chest. Finally, after another period of consolidation and meditation, she looked at the figure that seemed to blend into the moonlight, took a since she woke up. Forest. Upon hearing this, Naraku tilted his head slightly and glanced at her. The moonlight outlined his handsome profile and illuminated the cold golden flames around the edges of his dark red pupils. His gaze seemed somewhat unfocused, and he answered casually. Because you're good looking. After saying that, he turned back and continued to gaze at the moon, as if he had only answered a trivial question, his thoughts already wandering elsewhere. A flicker of astonishment, embarrassment, and a hint of sudden disappointment she herself wasn't even aware of flashed in her emerald gold eyes. Was that all? However, just as Naraku turned back, clearing his mind again and pondering the possibility of finding the Millennium Link, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected a change in the host's favorability towards the target Mitsuri. Plus 15. Because the current affinity level is negative, the value is not displayed. It will be displayed normally when the affinity level increases to 0 or above. Abyss, what the heck? That this guy has a positive relationship with her. Then why haven't I seen it? Oh, negative numbers aren't displayed. Wow, that's quite a generous negative number, but plus 15 because I just said she's pretty, this. He was speechless for a moment, then a sense of absurdity arose within him. So this guy's feelings towards me are so complex, but it seems there's something else mixed in. Actually adds 15 points of favorability, this girl. Secretly a sucker for good looks. Extremely antagonistic and complex relationship, any non-hostile, or even just less cruel, feedback can stir her emotions. He couldn't help but turn his head again to look at her. Still standing there, her expression somewhat stiff. Noticing his gaze, her movements became even more unnatural, and she even subconsciously avoided his eyes, pretending to continue practicing, but her steps were clearly out of control. Negative numbers. Now that we've discovered the existence of affinity levels, and it seems there's a way to increase them, perhaps. Strategizing to win them over. After all, the system had mentioned that higher favorability had benefits, such as obtaining special storylines. More importantly, if this extreme negative emotion could be reversed, reliable. Well, an assistant. He decided that, taking advantage of the beautiful moonlight and the relatively Miri, he said, his voice calm. Miri stopped what she was doing and looked at him. You say, Naraku's gaze returned to the moon, as if talking to himself yet also asking a question. Why can demons possess these mysterious and powerful blood demon arts? Miri was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to ask that. She was carrying a scholarly, inquisitive tone. Newly born demons like you, aside from being stronger and actually possess mysterious or unpredictable techniques. Yet demons can evolve all sorts of bizarre and strange blood demon arts. Well, cannibalism means. Exactly is the difference between ghosts and humans. Ghosts are more powerful from the limitations of lifestyle. Yet they cannot be exposed to sunlight. Moreover, apart from humans, nothing they eat tastes good or provides nutrition, and they experience hunger. Why is that? Mitsuri was a little stunned by his barrage of questions, feeling like her brain wasn't processing them. With a complicated expression, generally speaking, Naraku didn't answer directly, but continued. Humans feel hungry and need to eat because their bodies lack certain essential trace elements, which they need to obtain from food. But demons, ordinary food can't fill them up. Raw animal meat can barely satisfy their hunger, but it doesn't enhance their strength. Cooked meat, on the other hand, can't even satisfy their hunger. This indicates that there's something in raw flesh that demons need to maintain their existence. And there must be a crucial difference between human and animal flesh that prevents demons from gaining the power of evolution from animal flesh. His analysis was calm and logically clear, as if he were dissecting a scientific problem rather than discussing a bloody way of survival. Feeling the conversation veering further and further away from her familiar concepts of good and evil, right and wrong, touching upon a level of the essence of existence she had never considered before. She hesitated, then asked, "What's the point of thinking about all this?" Naraku finally sat up slightly from the recliner, turned his head, and his dark red eyes appeared deep in the moonlight. If I could figure out the secret, perhaps I could no longer eat people, yet still possess immense power and even. He deliberately emphasized no longer eating people and breaking free from control. The former most, while the latter. Although with his current growth rate, getting rid of Musin is only a matter of time, he feels that saying it this way will be more effective. Sure enough, Mitsuri's eyes lit up. She stopped what she was doing, took a few steps forward, and walked to Naraku's recliner, her emerald gold eyes fixed on him. So, you don't actually want to kill innocent people indiscriminately, do you? Naraku raised his head from the recliner, meeting her gaze. His expression was calm, even somewhat candid. I'm not crazy. Why would I kill someone for no reason? They didn't provoke me, so naturally I didn't want to. Then why did you kill everyone in the swordsmith village? Mitsuri's voice suddenly rose, filled with suppressed anger and confusion, a knot in her heart that she could never untie. Naraku, seeing her excited expression, suddenly laughed. The smile was not instead it conveyed an indescribable complex emotion, a mixture of fear and hopelessness. His voice lowering, that my actions are something I can. Mitsuri is sulking. Naraku continued, his tone calm yet carrying an immense weight. Actually, I only recently became a demon. Mickey's pupils contracted, what? Probably, about 2 months. 2 months. From human to demon in just 2 months, he possessed the strength to kill and severely injure a pillar and might even rival a veteran upper moon. This is simply unbelievable. Back when I was still human, I was protected by Princess Warabi, which is why I wasn't eaten by other demons. Naraku's face seemed to drift away slightly, carrying a hint of genuine tenderness, but it later, Musin discovered my existence and became interested, saying, I knew that if I didn't find a way to make him think I was or valuable, then I would likely be crushed like an touch. I only hope I could see at that time a chance to survive. Naraku's voice was and then he gave me a task to find clues about the word by word. I had a choice. She opened her mouth but found herself unable to refute it. Faced with an absolute power imbalance and a threat to survival, choice is sometimes a luxury. Wasn't she herself on the verge of death, instinctively accepting although the nature of the situation is different, despair of having no other choice to some extent. So, softly, his sigh seemingly mingling with the night breeze. That's why I want to become stronger much faster. I hate this feeling of having my fate controlled by others. His gaze, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of teasing, fell on Maple Syrup, the little raven that had somehow landed on Mickey's shoulder again. I believe you can empathize to some extent. She touched the maple syrup on her shoulder, her feelings becoming even more complicated. Yes, being monitored, controlled, and having her fate out of her control. She was truly experiencing it. So you're this strong now. Mitsuri couldn't help but feel the urgency she herself didn't realize. Why don't you cooperate with the Demon Slayer Corps and kill him? On hearing this, he shook his eyes in the moonlight. You're thinking too simply. You have no idea how terrifying the power of that being is. Not to discourage you, but with your current strength, how many pillars do you have? Mitsuri answered instinctively, there are 9 of us including me, now there should be 8, her voice trailed off. Hesitated for a moment, then stated bluntly, with your current strength trying to take on Musin is completely useless, and Mark and Crimson Blade. Otherwise, you might not even be able to secure against an upper moon. Crimson Blade. Mitsuri repeated in confusion. These were terms she had never heard before. What are they? Naraku looked up at her, his tone indifferent. Oh, you don't know yet? Then I won't tell you. You. Mitsuri was taken aback by his attitude, puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Resentment. I hate it when things just stop abruptly at the crucial point. Seeing her much more lively expression, a faint smile flashed in Naraku's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He continued the previous topic. As for the guilt you mentioned, maybe I feel it, but compared to letting myself and the people I care about live better lives, I choose the latter. I'm not as selfless or righteous as you are. I'm just an ordinary person I care about to live too. A selfish person. Naraku paused, his voice growing deeper. As for those people in the Swordsmith village, actually most of them were Moon 4, Hantingu, and his split personalities. I just had my crows hypnotize the remaining incapacitated ones. The only one I knew was you. He looked at Millie, his gaze tight. But you are not dead yet. As for why I kept you here. He looked away, leaning back in his recliner, gazing at the deep night sky as if speaking to himself, or perhaps answering, it's because I felt you were still useful. He closed his eyes, seemingly exhausted or perhaps lost in his own thoughts. Only the sound of the wind and the forest